What is up, meatbags? It is the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD being joined by Gary, the obsessive compulsive gamer. And we're going to talk some Amico update news. What's up, Gary? How's it going?
Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I want the circus show to be over.
You're not enjoying the circus? The ringmaster has privated his tweets. We just got the monkeys out here doing some tricks.
Oh, yeah, and they're dancing. They are dancing.
So we got about 8, 9 people here. Hopefully, we'll have more as we go on. We got Bomberny TV, Oni64, Thak Mild, Computer Coder, Dorkside, MIDI Music, who's supposed to be asleep, Mike Martinez, Arioka. So, gentlemen, I don't know if you've seen this. I don't know if you're aware, but today, probably about 15 to 20 minutes after Smash's video went live, Phil Adams, the Intellivision team, dropped an email. And we're going to go over it because it is a doozy. It is something that sight to behold. Have you read the email, Gary?
I have, and I watched. I read the email. I watched quite a few videos. I see there's some guys on the other side doing victory laps. I'm baffled, Tony. I'm baffled.
I'm baffled too. You know, Mad Little Pixel had a video out. I mean, like that. I think
he was quick with it.
He was just waiting at his computer, had it all ready to go. He's like, "Come on, email."
Yeah, he was chomping at the bit.
So we're going to go over it. If you haven't read it, we're going to go over it. We're going to show it to you, and we're going to have a special little surprise because, you know, I always got to have a little surprise. Got to have a little something extra. If anything, this show right here, this YouTube channel always goes the extra mile. So I got a little something special for each and every one of you. But let's take a look at this nice email. Oh, shit. Let me get bigger. There we go. Can you read that?
I can read it.
Business update. Go ahead, Gary. Why don't you read it for the people?
All right, business update. I wanted to take a moment to provide an update and also extend my apologies. As you know, it was my goal to communicate with you by the end of February. However, over the last few weeks, we started discussions with potential investors, acquirers outside of the Start Engine universe as we continue to work with them on a deal structure and terms. It has been agreed that we maintain a quiet period while negotiating. The magnitude of this type of deal, hope you lost me there. This type of deal will invariably have an influence on our path forward, but are excited about the potential of a new group's involvement with Intellivision and will update you as soon as we are able. Thank you for your continued support and patience. Phil Adam,
CEO of Intellivision. What's up, Ninja Kitty, joining us?
Hey
guys, what's up?
No, we're just gonna go over this email, talk about why I think it's complete horseshit. I think Gary believes in it. He's got the Amico fever.
Gary believes that there's an investor.
Yeah, I just sold all my retro video games to go and drop $20,000 to $30,000 in Amico shares.
You crazy man.
All right, so first things first. This email went out 2 days after the end of February. The end of February was the deadline set by Phil Adams. He did kind of say maybe March 1st, so we'll give him a date. So it's a day late off jump. Number 2, he says over the last few weeks, we started discussions with potential investors / acquirers outside of the Start Engine universe. This would be helpful information that they probably should have disclosed in the Start Engine comments, if not the Start Engine prospectus, considering CFO Nick Richards was in there for weeks and weeks, right? He was in there telling people they're gonna make a slim model, they're gonna do mobile games, they're gonna put it on multi-platform, but no mention ever from Phil Adams that they were in negotiations with some potential acquirers slash investors.
Yeah, it's pretty coincidental, right? That just so happens that we find this out, a day after they closed down the Start Engine page.
2 days after.
2 days, sorry, 2 days.
And it did come out, like Arioka is pointing out, it came out right after the CU podcast. Pat, you didn't have to wait a week.
Yeah, that timing's usually right on point, ain't it?
It is free real estate, Foofy no. So do you believe that there is a investors / acquirers outside of Start Engine?
Well, I posed this question to you guys, last week or Saturday, whether there were any angel investors or not. Personally, I didn't believe that. I just kind of wanted your guys' take on it. But no, I don't. I think that No Swear Gamer was pretty spot on in thinking that they're kind of just buying more time. As I said to you before we went live, I said, why? Like, is it investors or is it acquirers? I mean, which one is it? I mean, obviously, if you have investors, then you don't need someone to acquire your company or make it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's one or the other. I think they're blowing smoke again, and it seems like they're just buying time.
What do you think, Ninja Kitty? Do you think there is a investor out there, someone looking to acquire it?
I will say not at all. Zero, well, maybe not zero chance, but very low odds since they don't really have anything to sell because they don't have any completed products or any patents or anything like that. So what is there to buy, really?
They have T-shirts and hats.
Well, they do have that Running Man logo at their office and the weird painting. So that's a couple things.
Don't forget they acquired the trademark for Jungle Hunt and Bump and Jump, so they could sell that.
Ooh.
Now, do
Not
they own
actual
the
games or the IPs, just the names?
Do they own the IPs for stuff like Moon Patrol and Astro Smash, or did they license that?
I think they do own Astros. I think that they owned Astro Smash, no?
I don't think they own either one, and I'll tell you what's up, Levon Kaysen. I'll tell you why I don't think they own either one. From my understanding, Moon Patrol, Astro Smash, all the original Intellivision IPs, Shark, they all fall under the original Intellivision LLC, the one that Keith Robinson and the rest of the Blue Sky Rangers were a part of. Remember, Tommy only bought Keith's share in the company and then started a new LLC called Intellivision Entertainment, where he hired a bunch of the Blue Sky Rangers to be part of that company to try to make it seem like they were the same, but they are different LLCs. So I think Intellivision Holdings LLC has the rights to the original IPs, and then the new company would have the rights to the new IPs that they've acquired since becoming Amico. I'm not sure what's new. Maybe Space Strikers. Maybe.
But do they own Space Strikers? Because isn't that coming out on Xbox now?
Yeah, but it's coming out as Graviators or Graviators or something like that.
Okay.
Like
so they might own the name.
Yeah. Not Dolphin Quest, because that's going to be multiplayer. We were going over this with Smash the other day when Smash said they could sell the IPs. I'm like, I don't even know what IPs they own to even put them on other platforms that Intellivision would get money for. Right here, Gatoroo says in the 2020 filings, their trademark assets were only valued at $250,000. Not too much. Not too much. CC Pricers? I don't know. He says Tennyson will buy them. That could be the play. I am of the opinion that there is no investor slash acquirer because we've seen this playbook before, gentlemen. Does this playbook look familiar to either one of you on the panel here?
Yeah, I mean, it's vaguely familiar. There's been so much stuff, Tony, I can't, unless I dig it up and look back and forth. This is all stuff that's been kind of said in different ways over the last 3 years. But yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, we've heard stuff like this.
Not from Intellivision. I'm talking about the playbook. I'm talking about this move here. Suddenly announcing a potential investor that seemingly comes out of nowhere.
Oh, okay. I mean, to this exact kind of like
scenario.
kind of
This scenario exactly this scenario.
I mean, I wouldn't know the exact scenario, but I could take a guess.
I'll paint a picture for you. Imagine a failed crowdfunding campaign that suddenly goes away, and we're being told that there's potential investors and everything's rosy and sunny, but they got to be quiet for a while. Sound familiar?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I wonder what it was. What was it that had a failed Kickstarter / Indiegogo?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, if you can't read this, I'll read it for you because apparently it's real small and tiny. Let me see if I get a better picture of this.
Zoom it.
I can't. It won't let me zoom this one. Hold on. I got to go to the source where I found it. But if you can't see, that is the Calico Chameleon's Facebook update from right when the Kickstarter / Indiegogo campaign was set to kick off, but didn't quite get off the ground.
Need a bigger picture. I can't read it.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting it. Hold on.
I think it says
Relax.
February. Is it almost? It's almost to the date.
Relax, kid. Relax.
Yeah, I can zoom in a little bit, but it makes it a little bit blurry. There we go.
February 26th.
February 26th is the date on that. So it says, we're delaying the Kickstarter for the Calico Chameleon to make it even better. Last week during the Toy Fair in New York, we had the opportunity to demonstrate the Calico Chameleon to the industry, gamers, and retailers for the first time. Their response was beyond anything we'd imagined. Yeah, I bet it was. Major retailers provided feedback on the product and expressed real interest in carrying the product for the 2016 holiday season. And very importantly, major game companies expressed interest in providing games for our system, which meant we'd need more time to solidify these partnerships and maximize the content.
The partnerships.
Our team's overriding goal has always been to deliver the best possible system and experience for gamers. If there's anything we can do to enhance the product, we believe the extra time is worth it. Therefore, we have decided to delay the pre-sale, i.e. Kickstarter, campaign in order to finalize our prototype and work with developers on having the best possible content. This delay will not affect our overall launch date for the Calico Chameleon. There has also been a whirlwind of interest, speculation, and curiosity regarding the insides of the Chameleon. We are delighted by this and happy to confirm that we will be releasing photographs of the system now on our Facebook page, and we'll focus on turning our prototype into a production-ready product. We'll keep you posted on any major news on our Facebook page, and we'll let you know when we launch a pre-sale program leading up to the Christmas season. Stay tuned, and thanks for your continued support. That was the Retro VGS / Calico Chameleon. And ladies and gentlemen, as MIDI Music says, the rug has been pulled. You see, this was what they announced on their Facebook page before they quietly fucked off into the night, never to be heard from again. Now, am I saying that Intellivision is doing the same thing?
Can I say it?
Yeah, sure. You could say, Gary. I wasn't sure if anyone could hear me because Adam Wilson said hello. I was confused. Thought maybe my mic went
Yeah,
out.
I, I I'd like to say it. I mean, I don't. This is so bad. And then like, I don't know
All
what's
right,
worse.
Ben. Good
Like,
night.
I don't know what's worse. I don't know if it's like the email that they just sent out was bad, or people doing victory laps over the email is worse. Like, I don't I don't know what to think at this point.
Well, we have a little bit of circumstantial evidence that we can go over here. Firstly, none of the slash cult slash shills slash very nice upstanding gentlemen who just happen to like the Amico because it's the greatest system ever. None of these gentlemen were saying any good things prior to this. It seems kind of odd that Phil Adam would go on the Next Level Gamer show, the original Next Level Gamer. Don't crucify me. I didn't add the original, but the original Next Level Gamer show on February 10th didn't mention anything about a potential investor acquirer. Said that we're going to give a shipping date. Shipping. We didn't get a shipping date here. Nothing about shipping in this email. But he went on that show and he didn't say anything about this. Then, of course, Retro Bro comes out yesterday, says on Twitter, there's no Amico. It was the friends we made along the way. And, of course, Mike Mullis and Panda Sub and Geeks with Cash, and all of them are basically saying the same thing. Hey, we made some friends. It was all fun and games. And so you would think that if this email was forthcoming, if this email was good news, was something that was planned, they would have gave the heads up. They would have said, hey, guys, I know you're losing hope. I know you think that there's nothing going on. We can't give you specifics because it's a huge, major deal, but why don't you go out there and spread the good word like you always do? Be good little foot soldiers and let them know that good news is on the way. You got the word from higher up. None of that happened, which is really suspicious. Do you think that's suspicious, Gary?
Yeah, I called this last week. I said that they were gearing up for this. That's the way they were talking. So Retro Bros post was nothing shocking to me. I mean, they were talking like that in the last stream. Now was the Amico Forever Wednesday stream canceled?
Yes, it was.
So I also
Canceled,
kind of
moved
find
to next week.
right. So I also kind of find that a bit odd.
Also,
So yeah,
last week's Amico Forever, they were doing the same. Well, if the Amico never comes out, it was the friends we made along the way, and Amico Forever
right,
will continue forever, even with no
right,
Amico.
right, and that's what I was talking about. I mean, I even think Snestastic Pete was in the comments saying that that DJC should pretty much just spite everybody and keep making Amico videos even if it's canceled. That was the kind of the joke that was in the comment sections there. So yeah, like I said, I watch everything. I try to be well rounded, and I watch their content too. And that's the gist that I got that I talked about on Saturday stream, was that this feels weird that they're talking like that. Cyrus was talking like that. They all six of them were. This has kind of just been the same thing that's going on, and so Retro Bros post was not really anything shocking, but like you said, Tony, you pair this with the message that Phil just sent out, and things just don't add up, right? I mean, if this was a victory for everybody, wouldn't they, be screaming from the rooftops?
We have more. There's more circumstantial evidence.
There's always more.
Now, you might not be aware of this because you might be blocked on Twitter like I am. But Tommy Tellerico has made his Twitter private just in the middle of the night for seemingly no reason, because he hasn't tweeted for since February 10th, which he retweeted the appearance of Phil Adam. The official Intellivision account also has been oddly quiet. We know that Tommy operates that account, or at least he did while he was CEO. No mention of any of this. What's up, Smash? We got Smash in the house.
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
No,
what's up?
we're just going over this email here from Phil Adam.
Oh no, I've been listening just casually the whole time, so I'm all caught up.
So yeah, Tommy's privated his Twitter. Again, there's really no reason for that because if you know how Twitter works, it doesn't stop anybody from adding Tommy or from talking about Tommy or questioning Tommy about any of these things. Basically, it just stops people from seeing Tommy's tweets.
Which he's not
really,
tweeting anyways.
Really quick, have the investors been updated before that email was sent out?
No.
Smash?
No.
So
kind of
there
strange.
you go. At the very least, the FIG investors did not get no email separate from everybody on the email list.
Well, one step beyond that, for those that didn't watch my video from this morning, like my last contact with Phil, CEO, was him reaching out to me after I posted a video a couple weeks ago when I basically had my epiphany and was changing my mindset on this whole thing. And he reached out with a text and was like, "Hey, this is Phil. I know you have my number from our email communications. Just know that you can reach out to me to get the facts before you go forward with the video." And so this morning I woke up and I was like, all right, well, I'm going to make a video because this guy's on the hook for making a promise they didn't keep. So let me reach out to him and see what his excuse is. And he didn't reply. So I called him and left a very cordial voicemail that was just basically calling it like I saw it. And he didn't call me back. So I moved forward with the video. And I thought it was interesting that he had a problem with me making a video without contacting him before. So this time I wanted to contact him and he didn't respond. So I'm just like, well, why did he care the first time? I'm very confused with his perspective. Unless he had nothing to say.
Did he contact you since making that video?
No.
Okay, so we got an update on that. What's really odd to me, you would think, even if he could give no specifics, right? You would think at the very least he would have said, "Hey, Smash, we're gonna have an email come out in a couple of hours. Maybe you should wait. I think you should wait because it's gonna be good news. Something along those lines. But nothing. Like you said, nothing.
Well, I think that's kind of, if you want to look really into it, proof that my video forced his hand to publish something. Because I don't think he was planning on publishing that today. Because that was useless. It was a bunch of nonsense with no information about anything that he promised.
Yeah, it's more of the same, right? It's just continue to stay with us and.
Yeah, I mean, he uses a lot of big words, which, I mean, props to him. Grammar could use a little work, but it doesn't handle the concern of what he promised people on that podcast with the Amico fanboys. Like, what was that, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, when he's like, I will have an update on the was it the shipment status or the manufacturing status or something specific like that? Was it shipping?
Now, see, the problem I have was that directly came out of his mouth. But if we go back to what they had on paper, it was 30 days or so, right? That was the exact wording they had on paper or on a. I don't know if it was in the email or if that was what they posted on.
It was a comment.
It was a comment? Okay.
Yeah. If you go to the official webpage FAQ, I think it still says Q1 2022.
Right, yeah, it does.
Which, by the way, if he did say shipment, that is pretty interesting in its own right, because you'd need to first update people on the manufacturing before you'd update them on the shipping. unless
That you
I'm
would.
going crazy.
Well, they
So
were
I
in
mean, my
pre-production.
point is, I feel like
They
they're
went
just
to
pulling stuff
formal.
out of their ass.
I agree. I agree 100% because, like I said, you got all the, and it is circumstantial evidence at best, but you have all these things that aren't happening. You know, the YouTubers who always get the heads up. You would think this is, if this is good news, if this is true, he would have, Phil Adams would have said, "Hey, guys, we got good news coming. Be ready, be prepared for the good news that's
Well,
coming."
I'm not going to name them by name, but I did have communications with someone behind the scenes from the hardcore supporters, and they had told me that based off of what they've heard, that it's not looking good, was what they said to me. And I think that's when that happened, that the tone seemed to change from that entire group, where they all just kind of were like, yeah, well, it's all the friends we met along the way, and we're happy with each other, and the negativity sucks around here. You know, the Rick Pitino and the Celtics, negativity in this town sucks. But I feel like they got a heads up with something. They didn't say specifically what it was, but they were told something that gave them insight that it's not looking good, which lends credence to what you're talking about right now with this marketing update from the Cleco Chameleon, where it's just history repeating. Time flows like a river, and here it is again. And it's just the playbook. They're going right back to it. Like, it's, when you take a step back, it's actually pretty funny.
Time is a flat circle.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Jose. I love you too. Um, what's really funny is, like I was saying, with the Tommy thing, there's only two reasons why someone privates their Twitter account. Typically, uh, one, because you've said something extremely stupid and you're trying to lay low from the heat. What's up, Levon?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
What's up, everyone? What's up?
Hey, what's
What's
going
up?
on?
Man, this Amico drama it's been an interesting ride. Like, don't you guys think?
Oh, I do. I do.
To say the least.
You were in the video saying how great the Amico was. Did they contact you at all for that, or?
No, they didn't contact me or anything.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I watched
So,
the or go ahead, Tony.
I was gonna say, so like I said, there's only really two reasons for privating your Twitter. One, because you said something really stupid and you're trying to lay low from the heat, or two, you're trying to delete a bunch of tweets and you don't want people to see what you're doing. So, what do you think is going on in this situation? Because Tommy hasn't said nothing since February.
You don't think he's going in hiding right now?
Well, if he was going to go in hiding, you would think he would have went in hiding already. Like privating your Twitter a day before this comes out seems kind of sus.
Yeah, Mike Garcia that says that driving noise is loud. I don't know.
I think that's Smash. Is that you, Smash, with the driving noise?
I'm in my hot tub. Might be my bubbles. Sorry. I'll mute myself.
There you
Yeah, it was kind of drowning you out, Tony. That's better.
Was that a joke, Gary? That was a bad one.
It wasn't.
Gary, supposedly you tell jokes, is all I'm saying.
But yeah, so I don't think he's hiding, because if he was hiding, he would have done it already, right? It seems really suspect that a day before this email drops, Tommy privates his Twitter. Almost like he was ready.
Someone
He was
said
expecting.
actually the video games live Twitter is in public. it's still in public, and it got the Intellivision retweets. And
Well, here's the thing. I kind of agree with Tony. I think you're gonna private your account because the heat is most certainly gonna ramp up here soon. And maybe you don't want to face all that backlash. So the best thing to do is just private the account.
I wonder if I'm blocked by the Video Games Live Twitter.
you are?
I might be, because I know Tommy runs all of them. He runs Video Games Live. He runs the Intellivision Twitter. Let me see. Video Games Live. No, I'm blocked. Surprising.
Wow.
Saggy Melons follows the Video Games Live Twitter. No, I got no. There's a on this new one. The last tweet is from January 19th.
Tony, question.
What?
Going back, if they have a potential investor, who would you think it would be? Would you think it would be someone from the Middle East? Some crazy person from North America? Is it Gary?
My guess is Tommy Zero actually is a rich old coot, and he is invested in the Television Amico. And Television Zero is happening. It's real. That's my guess. Yeah, Teletrong is right. I think Sudesh is going to take over.
Now, would he have to keep if they really did have something in the works? Would he have to keep it quiet, or would he?
No. You don't have to keep anything quiet. I mean, using those words like "have to," no. Like realistically, you could, if both parties were okay with it being public, and
that would blow my mind. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm still on the side that's just kind of it's been a running gag, but
Tony, do you know the breakdown of who owns the shares? Because I forget, wasn't it like 27% Tommy, 25% the Loney guy or whatever his name is, and then who owns the rest? Is it David Perry?
They only showed the people who owned over 20%.
Okay.
Dave Perry owned like 23. I think Tommy owned 27.
So
D. Reed thinks Keemstar. Keemstar is only worth like $3 million. I don't think, unless he only buys it piecemeal.
Right, and that's what I said earlier to Tony. I said he just doesn't have enough money to save this thing, so he was kind of out of it. When Tony had posted that on Twitter, I kind of looked up how much he was worth, and I just don't see that happening.
Don't you guys think it's a little interesting and convenient that that they conveniently say that they can't say who they're talking to, but at the same time, they haven't given any information to anybody about anything for a very long time? And don't you think they should feel pressure that they owe information to people, and they haven't given any, especially to the investors like me? They haven't given any information.
Well, here's the thing. That's like such a normal thing to do, right? Like any normal company would act the same way, right? We can't really talk about the negotiations that are going on, but this is Intellivision we're talking about. They don't do the normal thing, so it's really weird.
Right.
Like I said, what's really weird though, it's a potential investor. It's not even like because you got to remember with Intellivision, everything's a funny word. It's not. Everything's got a qualifier, right? It's a potential investor that we've had talks. We have started discussion.
In their defense, though, and I know this from previous chats with Tommy, that they would not want to scare off a potential investor by revealing the name of them and then having them bombarded with people being like, "Stay away, stay away."
Right, and that could definitely happen. Exactly. Like I could definitely see, people attacking whoever that company or investor could be if if they were someone that, noteworthy. So I totally agree with that.
But at this point, who could be investing that doesn't know that this is a possibility, right? Like, who's going in there so blind that like Intellivision's like, we got to protect them from the haters because they don't know that the haters exist yet. We got to hide the fact, right?
Well, that's the $1 million question everybody wants to know.
I'm just glad that I didn't put any money or make any investment for this product. That's what I'm glad.
Ooh.
Right in the feels. Ouch.
Poor Smash. Right in the wallet. But was it worth it? I heard that it was worth it because it was the friends you made along the way, Smash.
No.
Oh, Lord.
So we got Tommy going quiet. He put his Twitter to private. We got an unknown potential investor that they just started conversations with. The cult has been going around saying how, it's the friends we made along the way. And additionally, to add on to the circumstantial evidence, several people, myself included, have requested refunds from Intellivision and gotten 0 replies. Now,
how long ago did you do that?
I requested mine this morning. I've had people who said they requested it on Monday and have no reply yet, no refund.
Yeah, I've heard multiple people now say that they're running into issues. One person told me that they didn't get refunded and that Intellivision was going to send them a check in the mail because they were having issues refunding their card or something weird like that. And they're like, that was like a week ago and they haven't gotten anything still. So that's kind of strange.
You said this morning, Tony, that you requested it?
Yeah.
Right. And so that should show, like, obviously that's an instantaneous transaction, but obviously, that would take, right? It would show up with your bank, and then obviously your bank, it would take, a couple days to clear.
Well, I went through PayPal.
Oh, you went through PayPal. So even better.
Well, you would think here's the main issue, right? Even if they're like, hey, I said, hey, I want a refund, and then he shot me an email back, said, hey, well, give us a couple days, we'll get you your refund. That's a thing, right? That's something. But they didn't even do that. They didn't even reply. They didn't say, hey, we got it. We received your email, and we're going to start processing your refund. Nothing. So either they don't have anybody answering emails, or they're trying to pretend like they didn't get emails. Like, oh, no.
Cutbacks.
Or they don't have any money to give you a refund.
Right. But here's the best part, because I didn't just request through support. I actually went through support through Kevin Strom, who's supposed to be the customer service head, as well as Brittany, who is the customer service representative that they're always being directed towards. So I sent 3 people an email. So at least 3 different email addresses got it, and no reply from anybody.
So this is the fun times, right? This is when we know by like Friday or maybe Monday of next week, if you still haven't received a refund, then yeah. I mean,
well, I'm hoping, I'm crossing my fingers that they're so bad at this that each one gets the email and then gives me a refund. So I get 3 refunds off of one order. Come on, incompetence. You can do it. Maybe my email is blocked. That's a good possibility.
What do you think, Ninja? What do you think, Ninja Kitty? Do you think Tony's getting his money back?
I do think he'll get his money back. Why not?
Tony, are you crossing your fingers? What do you think?
Crossing my fingers. I'm hoping for 3, like I said, 3 different emails, 3 different refunds.
Maybe they'll really screw up and refund you what you paid for the shell.
Come on, we know you're hoping and praying that you don't see a refund this week or next week, so that you have more ammo to fire at him, right? Come on.
Look, Generation X gamers in the chat. He wants to jump into this too.
Oh, he wants to jump in.
Yeah, he wants to jump in here.
Let me see. Let me put the invite. We didn't really miss it. We just kind of glossed over it, to be fair. I watch way too many Gen X gamer videos. Yeah, I want video game cops to come back. I don't care what your fans say, Gen X. That was the best show on YouTube. I play my
Sorry,
song to Smash.
VCS won, man. It won. It came out, and you can buy one, today on Best Buy, Amazon, GameStop.
Teletron makes a good point. Tony, what if you do not get a refund, or better yet, your refund are tickets to Video Games Live? How do you feel about that?
Ooh, I would not enjoy that at all. I gave away the MP3s that we got the first time.
You get front row tickets.
D-Dub says, ask Smash JT about his views on the VCS.
My views on the VCS is it's a crap console that made it to market. They held true on their word, and they were able to successfully prove the doubters wrong and make it. That doesn't change my view. That doesn't change my view of the company and the people working for it, and just how rude and disrespectful they were when I was trying to be cordial. That's like starting out my YouTube channel. They're just brushing me off, and I was just like, okay, they're not giving me any information. And let's not forget too, a lot of people forget the VCS. They started out with some really high aspirations with what it was going to be, how the games were going to be exclusive, how it was going to have all the bells and whistles. And the reality was it ended up being more money than what they thought it was going to be, having less features and no exclusives, and basically just a sandbox mode. So
you can turn into a PC. That's what people are using it for these days.
Right. So, right. I mean, I'm just being real about it, though. Like,
yeah,
yes,
I know.
Technically, it exists, but it's not something that anybody should buy or use.
Yeah,
but at least it came to market, which
Right.
is really frustrating. Being a fan of Intellivision and seeing them just botch this time and time again when they have chances to execute.
Smash, I had a question for you.
What's up?
Do you know if the IPs are held in a separate LLC?
I don't know. I don't believe so, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. I just want to drop something off here, guys. I have to start off with this disclaimer, though. You know me. It's not financial advice. If you need financial advice, seek a professional. These are just my opinions for entertainment only. So let me tell you this. The word acquirers is extremely, extremely important, right? So I'm not going to give you financial advice. I'm just going to say, let's say if I had invested in the Coleco Chameleon 2, right? And I received something like this. My red flag would be with the word acquirers that they plan to do what I said they should do a long time ago, which is to, sell it all today and move forward. It really depends how the company is structured of this Coleco Chameleon 2 now. I'm not talking about any other company, not making any other claims, right? But that's usually what happens in this kind of situation, that the purpose of a company is to make money. This company is not making money. The job of Phil Adam now is to make the company profitable. It's not to make investors money. It's not to make people happy. It's not even to make a console. It's to make money. And the only way this company can generate money is with those IPs. They're not going to make money making a console, right? So if I was an investor in the Coleco Chameleon 2, right, and I was presented with this kind of issue, I would be alarmed, because if the LLC that hold the IPs was not the LLC that I invested into, they can BK1 and sell the other and only pay the principals of this Coleco Chameleon 2 now. That's what I'm talking about. And the other LLC would be left holding the bag. Since it's an LLC, it's a limited liability company. leaving very little recourse to anything. So if I had invested a large amount of money, right, and that can mean different things to different people, right? But I know that a lot of investors now are listening to, my show and Tony's show, right? One of the things that tends to happen in these cases is somebody will be smart enough to say, wait a minute, before anything else happens, let me get a second opinion here from my trusted lawyer, whoever their advisor is, and take a look at it, because once they sell, that's it. Investors aren't getting anything. They're not, the Coleco Chameleon Company is not obligated to give any consoles, any games, or anything. So the only way you would see anything coming out of that is preventing that sale or make it conditional of making said products. That's my 10 cents.
So basically what you're saying is they're kind of just passing the baton so that they can kind of weasel their way out.
Well, I mean, let's say I was buying it, right? They're in a very weak position to negotiate. This Coleco Chameleon Company is, because they have no credibility, right? Their reputation is bad. The marketing is shit. So you have to start over, burn everything, and start anew. And the only things that are worth anything are those IPs. And a lot of people mistake the IPs for only having value as, video games. That's not necessarily correct. Remember, these are games that old people played. And just to give you an example, if you put Night Stalker on a slot machine, I would be pouring money into that fucker, right? So there's different ways you can license these things, these IPs, in order to make money. It's just, pachinko. I mean, you can do a lot of things with these IPs, because remember, the Gen X gamers like myself, we're getting older. We're at the casino. We're at these places, right? That would be one way. I'm just giving you an example, right? Not financial advice, but that is what I would be looking to buy if I was going to buy this company. I don't have to buy any of the debt. A lot of people are saying, who would buy this with plenty of debt? Well, who actually owns that debt? Is it a separate LLC? Then yeah, I would buy just the IP, and I would give you 10 cents on the dollar. I would start there, because what else are you going to do right now? You're up to your eyeballs in debt. Your payroll's way too high. You haven't produced shit, and you owe everybody a bunch of money. And the first people that are going to get paid are the principals. I don't care who the money goes to, right? I'm just purchasing a company. So that's usually the way it goes. So that's the one thing that you have to see here. And by saying we're going to stay silent and buying time, it's not because they're looking for Soldier Boy, which, I put that as a hypothesis way back in the day. It's because it would be easier to do what I'm telling you now. Everybody, all the principals get paid. Smash JT and everybody else is holding the bag. That's what I would do, right? Not saying anybody else would do this, right? If I was doing it, right? And me as a new investor, I don't care about podcasters that put their name out there and are pumping the console. I don't care about that. I care about those IPs, and I care about getting them at a great price, because the position they're in, they can't walk away from the table. The reason they stopped the fundraiser is because they didn't raise any money. The reason they even started it is because they don't have any money. Why else would you do that? Why would you open up your books so guys like me can crucify you for lying to the state of the company in a podcast and then putting out these papers, right? Because I can't call it anything else. If you're telling me everything's great in a podcast, and then I see these books and you're $8 million in the hole, what are you smoking? So that's what you have to look at, right? If I was an investor, which I would never be, I don't speculate, I only invest. Those are the kind of things that probably other investors are looking at. Because remember, what is it? More than 6? It's not just one person. Now it's a class action. They're probably going to hate me for saying this, but that's what usually happens with companies like the Coleco Chameleon too. Anyway, guys.
But, what IPs do they even own at this point?
Well, you have the Intellivision name, right? for starters.
Do they own that?
Yes, they do own that.
Oh, wait.
I gotta hop off, guys. I gotta get dinner with the family here, but I'll be back later if I can.
See you
ya.
later. See you later.
All right, Smash. Take it easy.
Hey, thanks for having me.
No problem. Always welcome.
I hope he's going to call his lawyer right now.
He's on the phone. I need legal advice. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the IPs, I'm not sure if they own or if the previous holding company owns them. Because remember, the big thing at one point, Tommy was very adamant that the original games were going to show up day one on Intellivision. Then suddenly that got taken off the table, right? With no warning, with no actual reason. It was just all of a sudden, no, that's not happening. Which is kind of odd. And when people ask, well, will the new games feature the old games, as like a bonus unlockable? Tommy was like, no, we're not doing that. So that to me says
that sucks.
They don't own it, right? Like he would have to pay a licensing deal to the other Blue Sky Rangers because he doesn't own the IP.
Yeah, I don't know which ones they own, but I mean that would be the only thing of worth in this company.
D Reed says, "Who has the 6th pack-in game IP?" Yeah.
Okay.
I did see a comment earlier that I had on the screen, but while Gen X was ranting, but said that Tommy doesn't want me to show up at the VGL, and someone else said that Tony doesn't want to go to VGL. I will actually go to Video Games Live, and Tommy doesn't know what I look like, so I will go to Video Games Live and take a picture, make that my Twitter avatar. If you guys start a GoFundMe to send me to Video Games Live.
Oh, dude, GoFundMe. Oh, there you go. You lost me already.
Well, I'm not going to pay for myself to go there just to troll Tommy. I mean, I already spent $2,000 doing that. I think my trolling days are a little bit behind me.
But isn't it worth all the friends you've made along the way?
Oh, yeah. I was hoping this email would have been the end of it so we could schedule the haters barbecue.
Oh, no.
The haters barbecue. Okay.
We're just getting started right now in subjects. I mean, if anybody ever decides to call a lawyer and they just, because some people get bitter. I mean, I've seen this happen before. I mean, people hire lawyers just to mess with people, I've seen those things happen before. Let me just say that. But somebody could just hire a lawyer just to fuck with you, right? And start deposing everybody just to be a pain in the ass, right? Until you get your money back. So, and they can depose YouTubers, they can depose the principals, they can depose anybody if they feel slighted enough. It depends how much you invested.
I can see it now. The court would like to read the following statement from Saggy Melons. Please let it be entered into record. You don't pay my rent.
No, I mean that's not what a court of law would look for. They would look at different things. Let me just say that it's not legal advice, guys. I'm just saying that those things do tend to happen, but it just depends on how much was invested, right? Realistically, there isn't enough here for some guy to go, I'm going to do a class action lawsuit or something like that. Some lawyer sneaking around. It would have to be individual investors getting together and say, we had enough of this shit.
You don't think the Republic investors have a class action considering that Neil Patel and Tiki Tawara were involved?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I don't. How would you invest in that just based on looks? On looks alone, you should have said, just fuck it. This doesn't look good. Both those guys look shady. One of them looks like he's 12. The other guy's just, I don't know. He just freaks me out when I look at him.
Is that other guy Tommy you're talking about? That freaks you out?
I'm talking about these other two guys.
Oh, okay. Tommy freaks me out, though. He's creepy.
I'm not sure which one it was, either Neil Patel or Tiki Tuar. One of them was banned basically from trading on the stock market.
Jesus. Oh, man. That is terrible. I mean, God. Was that disclosed?
Of course not.
Jeez. Yeah, I know.
Was anything disclosed?
Once you see that word acquirers / investors, and I'm not saying there's anything nefarious, but you have to worry, right? If you have any large amount of money invested in something like that, and I see that word, that's why I only invest in stocks, not financial advice, real stocks. But yeah, I mean, Tony, you remember the kind of shit I got when I said this is not like investing in the stock market, because that's what people that were upset with me were telling me. No, this is just like investing in the stock market. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, why are you even saying that? Why is that even coming out of your mouth? It's not.
Yeah, I remember that. We tried to explain the difference here too, but no one, because it's not really investing. Because Tommy was so adamant that this was investing, like any other investment. Guys, investing in FIG is just like investing in Apple or Microsoft. That's what he kept saying. And we're like, no, Tommy, you're wrong. What's that?
It's speculation, and in a startup, your odds are less than a coin flip. So
they're not publicly traded either, are they?
No. So you're basically signing private contracts, and a lot of people don't read them. I mean, we can
guys. It's the Avengers of the video game industry. It's Rocket is on the platform. It just needs fuel. It's for sure. Come on. Believe me, guys.
Yeah, but unfortunately somebody snapped their fingers and fucked the whole thing up.
Thanos?
Oh, we got a financial advisor here.
Gitaroos.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
Yeah, maybe he can shine some light on what they actually own.
Let's get the expert on here.
Yeah. Oh, again, make it clear, I'm not an expert. Although I have managed an acquisition before, so I've actually been through it.
There it goes. We'll see y'all later. There it goes.
All right, take it easy.
See
you guys later.
Later.
Take care.
Yeah, Gen X is spot on. There's many different ways that they could handle if this is real and they really do have someone interested. And it goes all the way from purely stripping the IP directly out to just buying all the equity. But there's a few interesting hybrids that you can do in the middle. For example, they could do a merger where both companies essentially combine. So equity from both companies are mixed, and they can create like a special purpose vehicle where it becomes a new operating entity that the other two companies basically own together. That's one way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean that is one way you can sort of manipulate the IP without trying to get out of those FIG agreements or agreements with developers and so on that may be hard to untangle. You simply treat the SPV as a distributor, essentially. And so you can pump stuff into that. They have free reign then to do what the hell they want. They can triple the price, they keep all the additional, and then they just send back a minimum amount to Intellivision, and that's what gets split up among FIG and the developers. It's very shady, but in some cases it can be legal to do that. You've got to prove some things like arm's length dealing and so on, but it's one possibility. Another one is, depending on the nature of the acquirer, let's say, for example, Epic Games bought them, right? Epic Games is a distributor. So they could go and utilize that IP in ways that they've already established, and then just trickle back a minimum to Intellivision. Not that that's likely, but it's another opportunity. Or, for example, if Soldier Boy did buy it, he would just then do a licensing deal between his company and Intellivision, where he licenses the technology for $1 a console or something, and then produces his, Soldier Amico, and charges $200 for it. So there's a lot of novel ways that you could handle restructuring like this.
Oh man, that is very enlightening.
There's nothing I can add to that.
Yeah. Let me ask you how, if you were an investor, how would you protect yourself?
An existing investor, like one of the FIG guys?
Yes.
So you, Smash? Oh, he's gone. No, sorry.
He's gone. He's Gen X gamer.
Yeah, no, sorry. I saw Smash was on there earlier, so I was just kind of making fun. Yeah, look, there's nothing that I can think of that they could really do at this stage. Because, again, they're not investors in Intellivision. They're investors in a kind of shelf company that FIG put up for the investment to flow through. So they own a share of that company, and then that company gave a bunch of money to Intellivision, and they have some kind of reciprocal agreement there. So they're, people like Smash, their only recourse is with this shell company that FIG owns.
All right, real quick, I got to get to this comment because D-Dub is going nuts in the comment section here. He says, you guys are becoming as delusional as the cult is about this whole somebody stepping in to be the savior. It's not happening. We don't think it's happening. I don't think anybody on this panel believes that it's happening. However, it would be disingenuous and intellectually dishonest for us not to discuss it and to lay out exactly what could happen, what are the probables of this thing actually going through and the steps taken and the different scenarios that could be presented.
Right.
That's how you have a discussion. Yeah. You have to present everything. You can't just present one side and pretend like the other side doesn't exist. That's how you get a cult. That's how you get.
Not only that, I think he's missing the point. The point I was trying to make is if they don't make it, you have something of value that you can sell. It's just not worthless, right? A lot of people think that just because the company's going to fail, all the assets are worth zero. That's not true. There's things in the company that are worth some money, and you have to get the best price for them.
Hey, they've got $100,000 worth of furniture.
Yeah.
Right. Like Tony said, we're exploring all avenues, and as he said again, I don't think that I don't think it's true, but we're just kind of going down that road.
I'll be a contrarian. I would say I think there could be at least one investor they're talking to. However, it's not what people think. Like people hear that and they think, oh, a rich person's going to come in, give them all the money they want. They'll go and continue in their business plan, release this console. No, it's more like what Gen X said. There'll be people who, look, every business is worth something. Even a business that has literally nothing except massive debt, the debt's valuable. You can buy a company that has a shitload of debt, and if they have basically accumulated tax credits for those losses, you can pump your other company's debt into that company, and you basically get a tax write-off.
Yep.
So every company has some kind of value. And in fact, these days they buy companies literally. Actually, it doesn't apply in this case, but if your company has previously been listed or registered with the SEC, people buy that company as a thing to put on the shelf, and then later it's a really rapid way to do an IPO because that company's already approved. Even if it hasn't traded for 20 years, it's irrelevant. That's what Trump did with the Trump Social. That was an off-the-shelf There's a special name for it. I've forgotten now. But you just buy that company purely for its registration, nothing else. So whenever you see a company go up for a file sale, there'll be people interested, no matter what. But it'll be like Gen X said, they'll be coming in and saying, I'll give you $100,000 for the carpet on your floor, basically.
Yeah. I mean, you start off because they can't walk away from the table. They're in dire straits.
So it sounds
Exactly,
like we're starting a GoFundMe to buy Intellivision.
I'm sorry?
I think we should start a GoFundMe so that the haters could buy Intellivision.
Well, so Tommy and Amico had a great idea for bring back the Dick Smith wizard. We'll buy Amico that can become the wizard.
Shit. That sounds like something I heard on porno.
Yeah.
No, but it's a real thing, apparently.
Oh, I know, but it's just the name.
No, Dick Smith's a hero down here. He was like an aviator, a helicopter pilot, and he was like our version of Radio Shack down here.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so he had a lot of interesting electronics like that. They'll just rip offs from other
So
countries.
on the Mount Rushmore of Australia, it would be Dick Smith, Steve Irwin, and Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, and I won't say the fourth one. Yeah, that's about right.
All right, guys, I got to step back. I got to make something to cook here. I will catch you on the...
See ya.
Yep. It's good having you.
Thanks for having me.
Always.
All right, take care.
See you, Jax.
So I don't think there's much else really to really get into. We had the Pat Ian video, but we pretty much covered everything they covered. Last
I have a
week.
question,
Go
Tony
ahead.
or Guy Giroux. Maybe I misremember this, but wasn't the point of the Start Engine to get $5 million because an investor would then also pump in $5 million? Was that said somewhere? So who is that other investor that was going to pump in $5 million? Maybe that's the company that's willing to buy everything.
It's an existing, not investor. It's the guy who gave, well, I say guy, it could be a company, who gave them 1.6 million in convertible notes. So basically debt currently, but there's conditions where it can be converted to equity. So they said that was the beginning of that 5 million. So they'd want the other 3.4 million from that person. However, they also said separate to that they are pursuing other investors, including for the entire 10 million in one go. And they said in that case, they would still need 500K from Start Engine, even if they got the 10 million from someone else.
It's good. Right, Tony?
It seems kind of odd. But I got breaking news, in case you're wondering. The author Brett Weiss, the author.
World famous.
Canceled his pre-order.
Oh my
God. Pre-order has been canceled.
Wow, it's getting bad when he canceled his pre-order.
Jumping ship.
They're all jumping ship. So yeah, like I said, there's really not much else to talk about. I don't want to go on forever. I know we got 88 people still watching, but really, what is there to discuss in Amico land? You got anything, Gary?
Last minute predictions, maybe. What do you think? You think we're gonna get maybe something by next week? Another update?
I think this is it. I think this is the last time we hear from the Intellivision company.
We're gonna fade to black
in any sort of official capacity.
I could see that.
If there's a genuine acquisition, that can take many, many weeks. The one we went through was about 6 weeks, basically, because you've got to do a lot of due diligence for it. They'll dig into every single thing. And our one was a pretty short one. So if it's genuine, you probably won't hear anything for several weeks anyway. So it is a really good time buying strategy for them.
Gary's profile picture is actually an original character that Gary made.
They're just joking because on the YouTube stream
Thanks,
it's
Beef
a
Jerky.
broken image
Oh, it's a broken image?
on the YouTube stream. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Dracovania
Son of a
says,
bitch.
let's go to Video Games Live wearing Geek Getaway shirts and ask Tommy to play all the Brain Duel music.
Tony, I have a better idea. You want to hear my idea?
What's
I have
your
a
idea?
great idea. I heard it. I may have got this idea from Metal Jesus Rocks, but I say all of us rent a bus and go on tour and follow Video Games Live across America and visit every show and post on YouTube.
I only have one location. So.
Only one? I thought they had a bunch that's here.
Just the one, Tacoma, Washington. Well,
that's just sad then.
I mean, they might. It says keep checking back as they will add more, but they haven't added nothing new. Someone said discuss the criminals going to jail. Discuss going after the criminals. Well, in this case, if there were any criminals, they're probably going to get away with it. This is such a small. I know it's like important to a lot of us, but this is so small of a story. Just tiny, little blip. I don't even think Mike Kennedy went to jail or anything for his scamming. So, the best you can do in a situation like this, and I'm not recommending it to anybody. I'm just saying the best that anybody could hope for is that anybody involved in this will be constantly reminded of their association with the Amico, that the stink just never comes off of them, whether they're YouTubers, industry professionals, games, quote-unquote journalists. Just, kind of let them know that you remember the whole Amico boondoggle, if you will.
I mean, it's kind of amazing, right? You can go to the store and steal $500 worth of stuff, and you get locked up in the slammer.
No, they don't. Have you seen some places? I've seen people walk into stores, take a bunch of stuff, and they just don't say nothing. Put it on TikTok.
Well, but I mean, there are certain things, but they can get you for I think it's like what the minimum's about $500. My point is some places you can steal $500 worth of stuff. They'll throw you in the slammer. You can go and build a company up, take $5 million, $15 million, and yeah, get away with it. It's become disgusting. I don't know. I'm really angry at this point with what's gone on. I mean, the lack of transparency when they said they were being transparent. It's just disgusting at this point. Make an announcement, make an actual solid announcement for people. There are a lot of people who really just wanted to play this, and whether I liked it, whether Tony liked it, whether anybody liked it was irrelevant to the fact that these people are just having the wool pulled over their eyes, and it's sad.
Yeah, it is definitely sad, and definitely people should be held accountable. I mean, if I had it my way, definitely the Tiki Tawaras and the Neil Patels and all those associated with their investment guru stuff would definitely be locked up. But that's not how the world works. The good guy winning, everybody having a happy ending. That's in the movies. It's not in real life. Usually the shitty person wins in real life.
No. Welcome to real life. Welcome to America.
Pawat, anyone that says get a job, get a car, wind, get a girlfriend. Well, I got 2 of those already, and I don't drive, so you can figure out what I'm talking about. But thank you for watching. What's that?
You have 2 jobs. Good for you.
You got jokes, huh, Ninja Kitty?
I try.
Sega Snatcher says the question is, what will you talk about when the Amico is over? The Amico is never over. It's Amico forever. Now we got plenty to talk about. We got Marvel movies, we got TV shows, we got Star Wars, we got video games, we got celebrity asses. Like I said on Twitter, we will be having lots of celebrity butt challenges. We'll be watching old, wacky Japanese commercials. Plenty of things.
We have the play date to talk about with Gary.
The play date. What's up, Gary? What are we going to be talking about when Miko's gone?
Well, I mean, as long as everybody's still interested in tuning in, obviously it is called the Geek Getaway, so everything geek related. So like Ninja Kitty said, the Playdate's still coming out. They released their SDK the other day. And while I think Nick actually on the Amico Forever, there was one thing that he actually said, or actually it was Mike Mullis who said that, and I kind of agreed with him. One thing that he actually said, I agreed with, that maybe Panic did have a little bit more than a problem with the battery. Maybe there was something else going on. Maybe they did have to kind of redesign some things here and there, because this battery issue is taking quite long. I figured I'd have my play date at least by now.
I'm going to say no. Who said that, Gary?
Mike
who
Mullis.
said that?
What? That
Mike Mullis, the quote unquote games journalist. If there was a problem besides the battery and they had to change something inside the play date, then the FCC certification would have changed and people would have noticed that.
I don't know. I'm not certain if they did mention something about redesigning something. They actually might have. Don't quote me on it, but I could have swore when the battery news dropped that they did release something about redesigning an aspect. I'm not 100%,
but they already sourced the parts and everything.
Okay, so
if you go on to the Discord for Playdate, you can find out a lot more information.
Right, and I think maybe that could lend itself why maybe there's a little bit longer delay. But I think with the SDK coming out like the other day, I think everything's pretty much on track. I think we got a slight delay. We have to wait, a little bit longer. But I do think sometime this month they're going to make the announcement, probably mid-March. I'm hoping mid-March that they start sending those units out. And I'm actually in the second wave, early second batch. I thought I was in the first, but I'm early second batch. So hopefully I'm getting mine by the end of April. I'm crossing my fingers, and yeah, we can always talk more Playdate. I'm excited.
Are you excited for the Steam Deck? We can always talk about the Steam Deck. I do have one pre-ordered.
Well, that's another thing too. Steam Decks. I've heard a lot of good things, but I've heard a lot of bad things, and topic we might cover Saturday is about the drift. Obviously, some people are experiencing stick drift with that, which is a common thing with consoles, and it's been apparent since Xbox 360 days. I don't know about like PlayStation 3 if sticks ever really got bad drift on those, but it's been a common problem. But when for Switch, it's one thing with when you have it in Joy-Cons, but when you're attached to the console itself, it's kind of a big deal. So hopefully that's not. I'm really hoping that that's not a big deal, Gary, because
didn't you see the teardown videos? It's easy to replace the sticks.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of consumers that don't want to deal with that. Obviously we're moving in the direction of we're being able to repair your stuff soon. A lot of we're fighting for that. So but a lot of consumers don't want to have to deal with that. You want to get your console and not have to worry about it for a year or two, a couple years. But like I said, I just hope it's not a prevalent in a lot of these systems that are coming out. I hope everybody gets their Steam Deck, even though I'm not invested in the Steam Deck. I hope Tony gets his and he enjoys his, everybody else who's got one, because it is shaping up to be something that, could be unique. I mean, it's obviously leagues cheaper than a lot of the other products that are similar to it out there. So, as long as they get everything down and they buckle up, games that can play on it. I think a lot of people will be happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the fence still about getting the Steam Deck because I am planning on getting a new computer for my birthday that's coming up.
Whoa.
I'm going to bite the bullet, gentlemen, and get a nice streaming laptop. That's
Well, there you
planning.
go.
Anyway. But Evo has a great suggestion. He said we can talk about gyros and become the Greek getaway. I love gyros. Or as the Greeks pronounce it, gyro. I love gyros. So delicious. I used to hate them. And then one day I was at work and someone brought one in and it just smelled so good. I had to have one. And ever since then, I've been in love with gyros. I put the gyro meat on hamburgers. So you get like a gyro and a hamburger. Delicious.
Down here we call them
doner
doner kebabs.
You call them what?
You call them what?
Doner kebabs.
Oh.
I don't know why. That's their official name. You go to the kebab shop. Same thing though.
Yeah, they're good. You got to get the good fresh gyro meat though. I can't stand when they give you the fake stuff.
Mine are all falafel.
Sega Snatcher was asking about the Steam Deck battery life. Apparently, it's like 83 minutes. It says Wi-Fi enabled, 50% brightness. Battery life ranges from just 83 minutes at worst all the way up to 7 hours and 9 minutes.
Yeah, and they said that it's all going to depend on what you're playing. Obviously, if you're
Big time.
if you're playing something like that's new, like Elden Ring, you're not going to get that great of a battery life. But if your only goal is to kind of play those modern retro games or something that's a little less taxing on your system, and unfortunately that's kind of a turnoff for me, seeing as that I always play. My Switch is always popped up to the top level brightness, so sound's usually all the way up because I'm deaf. I'm going blind, so it doesn't appeal to me that the battery life might not be the best, but these are
Gary, don't forget the Switch version is it's not, well, maybe not half, but it is far inferior to what you're going to be playing on the Steam Deck. So if you really want, you can crank down the settings in the Steam Deck to the Switch settings, and it'll last a lot longer.
Right. There's all those options, right? You're going to have a ton of options. Difference.
They should have a ton of options. Preset, like you just go to your presets and go Switch settings.
Shit settings, you said?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Shit settings, yeah.
I didn't say Amico. I said Switch, not the Amico settings. Switch.
Well, the comparison is basically a PS4 versus Switch. So the Steam Deck is pretty much a PS4. So it's far more powerful than the Switch. So,
well, definitely, there's no denying that. But there's definitely kinks to work out so that things run a lot smoother. It has its issues, but obviously, this is the first time Valve's getting into this. So I definitely see Valve, getting this under control. I don't have any reason to believe that these things won't be ironed out in the future, and anybody purchasing one is, they shouldn't have to worry.
Yet.
Yeah, well, I think that's it. I think Hans Ippisch is on vacation in Egypt or something during this trying times of negotiations. Oh, also, this is just a rumor, speculation. This is just inside information. But during this quiet period that Intellivision has to honor due to this secret angel investor, I've heard word that Phil Adam has been putting feelers out to try to get on different YouTube channels. It's just what I heard, just a word on the street. But that would kind of fly in the face of this whole quiet period, don't you think?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I don't know what else can be said other than what needs to happen. We need to update, but it doesn't make any sense to me.
Super Mole Retro says, "Go watch DJC live stream. These guys are delusional." I don't know if we want to stream snipe those guys. It's kind of sad over there. Maudlin. Tommy Zero says Intellivision Zero's coming soon. Maybe I would laugh. I would laugh my ass off if it turns out that Tommy Z contacted Intellivision and they believed him and think he's a real investor with a dedicated hardware team.
That would be funny.
Could you imagine it? They're like, we've been in talks with Mr. Tommy Zero. And it just turns out he just doesn't have no money. He's just some regular dude pulling a Kaufman. Oh, yeah. I agree with you, Draco Vania. The quiet period was just to not update anything forever. I think they're just going to be quiet, go silent from now until ever. No Amico comes out. Because, again, you would think, at the very least, they would pick up the phone, text their buddy, say, "Hey, Retro Bro, DJC, Mullis, Rab." Haven't heard from Rab in a while. He's been quiet. Hey, it's coming out, guys. We got this under control. We just got to finalize this contract. It's all good. Stop worrying. But I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know how business works. I'm a fake journalist with a shitty YouTube channel that apparently is never going to get past 45 subscribers. Is that what they said? Yeah, no swear gamer. You can't miss a deadline you don't give. Exactly. Mm-hmm. At some future date, eventually people are going to be like, "What happened to that Intellivision Amico? Wasn't that thing coming out?" Everyone's just going to forget about it. Amico is just like my dad. Will never come back. Yeah. Amico went out for cigarettes one day and it's never going to come back. You got anything interesting going on, Gatoroos? I hear you got some kind of a secret project you're working on.
I'm onto my second indie game that hasn't been announced yet. It's with a bigger publisher. Could be another couple of months before we announce it.
Ooh, yeah. Someone DM'd me. They're like, "Hey, are you gonna interview Gatoroos for his new game?" I'm like, "Is that supposed to be public knowledge that I might do that?"
No, I'll let you know.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I did not buy Gatoroos' friendship by asking him to come on the channel and shit on the Amico in exchange for an interview, in case anybody gets that in their head from the cult. Gatoroos. Yeah. So what is this? The first game that you worked on? What's it called and what's it about?
It's called Ampisat. It's kind of like Gauntlet and Smash TV, kind of old school twin stick shooters. But it's got the stylings of the old ASCII based rogue games. So you and all the characters or just all the enemies are ASCII characters. And it had some weird gameplay elements, like you can each level has a bonus word, and if you kill the enemies in certain ways, you can spell out that word and get like a bonus chest and stuff like that. So it's weird, it's quirky, and it's eternally delayed, just like the Amico.
Hey, don't compare it to that.
Yeah, I mean the PC, Mac, and Linux have been ready for a year. It went gold a year ago, but they want to do a simultaneous release. So PlayStation and Xbox have approved it for release, but Nintendo has some issues with the controllers. But I'm not doing the Nintendo port, so I've got no control over it. So just waiting for that to all get fixed.
Is it multiplayer?
It is. It's local multiplayer, and if you play through Steam, you can use remote play together. But it's kind of asynchronous co-op. So the second player plays a little fairy that you can just pick up a controller at any time. It pops out as soon as you move the controller, and the fairy's indestructible, but it can help you shoot things. So it's perfect for kids.
So I can play it with Gary, and Gary could be the fairy. Gary the fairy. I like this.
Exactly.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, I love the game, but yeah, just it'd be good for a lot more people to play it when it finally comes out. But response from beta testers and early reviewers and stuff been really good. So hopefully people have fun with it.
We will definitely spread the word. There you go. Tony's got the screen.
Oh yeah.
Gary's MIA.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay. I thought you're mad because I called you Gary the Fairy.
It's original.
I'm Gary.
I made all the music for it too.
Another reason why Tony needs a new computer.
Yeah. It's not the computer. A train went by, Gary.
I do like the tunes. Oh my god. Menus.
This is a game in Intellivision.
Yeah, it's pretty in depth. There's a lot of, there's a skill tree there, and yeah, it's a fair bit of content in there. And it's hardcore. It gets really, really tough later in the game. It's kind of bullet hell near the end.
So if I play it, I'll start swearing like crazy then.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay,
There is an even mode.
Days and I will play because we will swear like crazy when we play games.
So are these all original assets? Did you pay for the ampersand?
Haha. Actually, in this, I did every single thing in it. So every bit of art you see, every bit of music, sound, everything I did myself. I made the font. The font's custom made for the for all the bad guys in the Ampisat.
Yeah, this is the Steam. I'm on the Steam page right now for ampersand. I will put the link in the chat.
Cheers. There's a free demo there.
The Steam
It's got
page.
a couple of levels. You can go and have a play.
And what's the ETA of it being released? You said once the Switch gets
Who
approved.
knows? Yeah, I think they've made one fix to the controllers, and we're resubmitting it. So it could be any time between 2 weeks and forever.
Forever. Oh, hopefully not.
Thanks for showing that.
No, it's still got more. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd spent many years telling other developers what to do, and so I thought, you know what, I'm going to learn every aspect of how to do it myself and try it all out.
Yeah, Gatoroo's.inc or Gatoroo's Inc. Grab the games.
Look at that. It's on Steam, Switch, PlayStation, Xbox. No Amico release. What's up with that?
It's honestly, I was interested when I very first heard about Amico. I thought, that'd probably be a good platform to port it onto, because particularly the co-op, it really suits family-friendly play. You give the kid the fairy, and they can do what they want. It doesn't really affect you. It doesn't hurt you. But then, obviously, things went sour, and I thought, nah, that's, when their 10 Commandments came out, it's just, that is not attractive to get involved with.
It's not worth the effort.
No, absolutely not. But, if it did come out and they change. Obviously, most of those 10 commandments are gone now. So I would be interested in porting it if it ever came out.
It's got it's in German, English, Spanish, Czech, or Portuguese. Actually, there's 10 languages. Jeez.
Yeah.
Italian, Chinese, Polish,
Beatrice
Russian, and
translated each one himself.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, thank you.
no Australian on here for some reason. So check out. There's a free demo. It says planned release for the March 30th. As you heard from the developer himself, that might be pushed back.
Yeah, it's been a running joke. It basically gets pushed back every month. But, one day.
Grab the Games is the publisher. They've published such hits as Toy Tinker.
They've had some decent games. They did the what was it called? Space Pilgrim, I think, that series. I mean, they've had a couple of games that have sold like over 1 million copies. And you know, they've got a couple of good games out now, like Gladiator Guild Manager. That's really good.
Yeah, sounds good. It looked interesting. It looked definitely fun. What do you think the price is going to be?
It's $10. Yeah, it's $9.99, whatever, $9.95. It's about 10 hours play time. There's also an endless mode. It's kind of like a if you unlock the well in the village, you can go down there and it's like a endless procedurally generated area, and it's all styled like the old road games, so the walls are like hash marks and so on. So a lot of people just play that. They unlock that and then they play that for hours.
And Beef Jerky says, gaming racist, the kangaroos will hear about this.
Oh, look, I 100% expect anti-hater reviews to pop up and trash it on Steam just because I'm associated with being critical of Amico. So what?
Dragovania says you have supported, talked, and promoted more actual devs than Tommy T. Funny. Yeah. It's what we do here.
It's true. He's not
very
lying.
cool. Have you thought about changing the game and maybe making it more of a traditional looking game, or just moving on from this to something new?
The next game is completely different. It's it had some similar themes in mixing kind of retro stuff with modern stuff, but the look is very different. The gameplay is very different. It's a kind of a puzzle action strategy game, and this time I'm not doing the artwork myself. I'm not most of it anyway. And the music, I've licensed a really good Russian folk band to do most of the music, which is amazing. They're incredible. So I'm mainly doing programming.
Downplay the Russian folk band thing, at least for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. Sorry, a Ukrainian folk band.
Yeah.
No, I mean this guy's as far out of the what would you call it, the mainstream in Russia as you can get. So I'm sure he's not on the side of Putin.
Band, yeah, that's what he. No, that is a terrible situation going on over there, and
yeah,
we make jokes.
But one of the artists, in all seriousness, one of the artists I'm using on that game, incredible black and white pencil artist. He just got conscripted into the territorial army in Ukraine, so he's there fighting for his life.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. That's fucking insane. Well, thank you for showing off your game, giving us a little inside track on this. We'll definitely try this out on stream, the demo at least, if the full release gets pushed back.
Thanks a bunch.
No, Evil Canoe says that Catfish game that got funded is amazing. Thanks for supporting that. Yeah, that game does look awesome. I gotta get that too. So many great indie games, which is why I thought when I saw the Amico at first, I was like, wow, there's a lot of indie games that get lost in the shuffle. This could be a home for indies. Like, hey, we're not mainstream, just like an indie machine with really good indie games. And then Tommy just shit the bed, and it was terrible. He pulled an Amber Heard and just shit all over the bed. And we are where we're at now, 3 years later. Oh well. You still with us, Gary? Are you?
Yeah, I am. I just got the little one next to me, and he's being loud.
He can give his opinion. Do you like the Amico little one? No.
Nope.
Hold on a second. Give him an oof. Tell him the Amico. Tell him what you think about the Amico, and give him an oof, and don't yell.
What about the
No.
Amico?
There you go.
Now he owes Tommy a quarter for making that noise. Dracovania says, by the way, did we ever get any gameplay from that Cat Fighter on Amico? No, because that Cat Fighter on Amico doesn't exist. It never existed. It was not a game that ever existed in the history of forever. Did a whole
You
video
confirmed
on it?
that, right?
What's that?
You confirmed that with the developers, didn't you?
No, I didn't confirm it with the developers. I confirmed it with the fact that the game doesn't exist. There was a website for it and everything. I confirmed it by going to the artist page for the game, because it has taken on a new form. You know what, Ninja Kitty, say some things. I'll bring the stuff up.
Some
We're going to
things.
show. While Ninja
Told me to
Kitty
say some
tells you a
things.
tale.
He's all
Tell
happy
people,
over here. I told him he's famous.
Super famous. One of you guys got to talk while I'm.
Oh, I
clicking
thought
on-
you were
on
joking.
things on
What do you got? Oh, you're bringing up what, Cat Fighter stuff?
He's
Yeah.
bringing up the thing with the Cat Fighter. There is no Cat Fighter, just like there wasn't that Endless Runner game and a few other games that they had shown.
Yeah, there was the VR driving game. Damn, it's hard to remember all the ones that they showed.
And
What was
unless
the deal with Cat Fighter? Was it something that previously existed, or did they just make a little animation?
Tony said something about that being pulled, I think, from maybe like Twitter or Facebook or something like that. That it was like a I don't know if it was technically a game, but that they had pulled it from somewhere and then just used it.
Well, from what I thought it was just like a proof of concept type of thing or a tech demo. And they're trying
Right.
to shop the idea around. So they had a couple of, like, it was like a 2-second clip in the sizzle reel. And that's all they had ever shown because there was no game of it. It was just like a little video. And plus, isn't it a violent game? It wouldn't fit under the 10 Commandments. It's violent.
Right.
And
And
it's
also, how do you-
animal cruelty, so that's a no-no for a vegan.
Yeah, Cat
Definitely.
Fighter.
Also, imagine playing a fighting game with the Amico controller with the touchscreen.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Like, how
Well,
does that work, Gary?
the circle pad wouldn't be so bad, right? It's more so the
Well, you're lucky because it was
The
never a
touchscreen.
fighting game. Okay, so here's the thing. 'Cause I heard everybody fumbling around and not actually explaining it correctly. So I'm gonna lay it down. It was a mobile phone game, potentially. that was shown off on Facebook. It is a single swipe game. That's it. What you would do is the two fighters would come out onto the screen. The little countdown would go 3, 2, 1, swipe, and whoever swiped first, their cat would win the duel. It was a single.
Oh, it's like a standoff.
Yeah.
You know, it would be good is if they use that as one of 50 mini games in like a WarioWare kind of thing for the Amico that showed off all the different aspects of the controller.
It would have been. But knowing how they were doing it, it would have been a $10
It
game.
doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. This is the last update on Cats with Swords. As you can see, Cats with Swords. They changed the look. They changed the whole concept of what the game was going to be. Iron Belly Studios was working on it. They took over because the previous studio went belly up.
Okay, you left. That kind of looks like those little cats from Monster Hunter. Not quite, but I don't know if they're cats.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The little like assistants.
Yeah.
Someone did a whole video on it. It was like a 5-minute video. You should probably just watch that. Do I have links on that? Damn it, I don't have no links. Man, my old videos are really crappy. Anyone ever tell you that?
The old ones or the recent ones?
Both.
Both.
That's the correct answer.
Ah, thanks, gentlemen.
No.
I kid.
They used to film with a potato.
Yeah, I did.
It'll be awesome once he gets his new laptop, his HD camera, where he's going to show himself on camera, right?
Oh, hell no. What are you talking about?
His massive microphone. He's going to get a big microphone.
All right, so here we go. We're going to stop sharing that page. That was the art station of the Iron Belly Studios artist. Now we're going to go to this really crappy website here for Area 52 games. Junked Designs, as you can see here. And there it is. Cats with Swords. Let's see more.
Now I noticed the little clip that they keep playing on Amico Forever. That's the little clip that was in the trailer, right?
Yep. So it says, if you know anything about computer, web design and all this, lorem ipsum is just some like generated text so you can see the size of your text and everything. So it's got a lot of that on the page. But capture the life and death moment of a single slash. Experience the classic samurai cinematic moments now with cats. And that was the whole thing. Accessible, character-driven gameplay, shareable moments, one-touch mechanic, deep progression, easy to learn, difficult to master. That's
Deep
it.
progression.
Yes, deep progression with every swipe.
And that was all that ever existed of the game. It was shown off. There was 3 names for the game, potentially. It was Cats with Swords, something else. I forget what the hell the other 2 names were.
Cat Fighter?
No, it was definitely not Cat Fighter.
Ninja Kitty.
Cat.
No, all of them were cats. It was like cats with swords, cats with blades, or some weird shit. I think we got to go to the Area 52 Games website, which I think is now defunct because they were a mobile games developer. They developed a Star Wars mobile game, which is how I found them. It was quite an adventure finding this information. I gotta like follow breadcrumbs. It's like an internet sleuth. I gotta follow some breadcrumbs and look up a bunch of defunct websites.
I thought you went on the dark web to get all this.
That too. Apparently, like Area 52 Games is now a life insurance thing. What the hell is this? They might get a virus going to these damn. I think I gotta use the Wayback Machine. I mean, the game looked like crap anyway, to be all honest. I don't think it looked good. Also, if you notice the names of the cats, they were memes.
I did not notice because I just don't care.
You care.
Nor did anyone else really.
What are you talking about? That's like one of the hottest properties on the Amico. That was like it's the one everyone talks about. You gotta get cats with swords, dogs with shields.
That was the system seller. Lucky Day says General Meow is awesome. That is a pretty good name.
Yeah, it's based on a meme cat. I think the two of them were Assassin Kitty, which is the Assassin's Creed cat. And then General Meow was based on some like really ugly cat. Keemstar is a secret investor? No. I don't believe that is true.
Maybe it's Gen X Gamer.
No,
he's just faking us out so we don't swoop in and get it before him.
Because he has all that money from selling his used copies of Madden 2008, and he's scrounged up enough to buy off Intellivision. No?
It is possible. It's definitely possible. Apparently they were on Twitter. I wonder if they just found this like clip and then just kind of like stole it. And the Area 52 Games doesn't even know that the Amico's been showing off cats with swords. Do you think that's possible, Ninja Kitty?
I doubt it. I think it would be something along the lines of they talked to the guys and the people said, "Oh, maybe it might be an interesting idea," and then they take that as a partnership and then use it.
They're just like, yeah, sure.
But based off everything I've read, the few people who did contact them were ghosted or never ever responded back to them. So it seems like they had bad communications.
Well, even the Toe Jam team said they hadn't heard anything in like over a year.
And that's a big property for them. So
yeah, it's a real. Sometime I'm going to write something up with some thoughts on the, from a developer perspective, how attractive the platform is to work on, or rather is not. It just seems that the strategy they've taken towards the game is very misguided. And, well, the proof's in the pudding. You know, they really haven't come up with a stellar library. There's no killer apps. And they couldn't even really complete all the games that they promised. But I think it stems back to partially the Ten Commandments, but also the strategy around that.
Well, it's just what struck me interesting was when they had the Space Strikers team showing their game, what was it, 8 months ago, and they're using Xbox controllers because they still hadn't had like even a dev kit or any type of test controller to use. And that was supposed to be like only months before the console was supposed to release, so that's crazy in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Playdate was shipping out dev units, and Steam Deck sent out dev units. You know, why didn't they have that? It's not in the scheme of having $17 million coming. It's not a huge cost to have put together, you know, even a dozen dev units to send out to your top tier devs.
Especially since the Space Strikers games was far enough along that it looks like it is complete. You think they would give them at least one?
It would make total sense. But I think one of their issues with the timeline is that they had this huge bottleneck because they insisted on doing so much in-house. You know, Tommy's famous 1.5D or 1.5, sorry, party development. So if they have a big line of games where the third-party developers, outside developers, have it ready to go into that testing phase, they suddenly have a cavalcade of games there to be testing. And it looks like that's created a bottleneck at Intellivision. So they get them all in, then obviously there's going to be problems because they don't have the real hardware. There's going to be all kinds of compatibility issues, timing issues, and so on. And then you've got to do these dev iterations where they're sending back, okay, this has a problem, go back and work on it. They can't test it themselves, so they have to send it back to Intellivision to test. And I mean, I'm only speculating, but you can see huge problems with that approach. Whereas if they had their own dev kits and were allowed to do, you know, much more of their own testing and approvals, they could have done all that and then just submitted something that was pretty much good to go.
Yeah, it's weird. I can go on hours about that. What do you say, Gary?
Yeah, they should have had dev kits out in people's hands. Like Gatoroo said, you know, Playdate, they sent, you know, a few dozen, I think, out to all these developers. I think everybody that has a game scheduled for the first season had dev kits. I mean, you had I can't remember his name, but if you actually go to the developer portal, and I don't know if anybody checked it out, but they had Doom running on the Playdate. So
yeah,
I mean, that's you know, that's just the way you have to do it. You know, he made a great point that, you know, the bottleneck, it would just kill you. I mean, it's just a no-brainer. You got to get units out in their hands. I mean, they obviously, the best way to do it is for them to you know, test it out and go back and correct it. Otherwise, it's just a long drawn out process with you know, with all these games. So.
And then on top of that, you've got Tommy insisting he puts his creative stamp on everything. You know, they wanted to change graphics themselves, do music themselves, etc., etc. It just makes it really hard because you're then sitting in a queue and the developer can't do anything. They've got their hands tied behind their back.
Yep, I agree.
Wow, you guys are really bad when I just stopped talking. That was a train going by, and that's why I was.
We're not bad. I was
I'm
busy
sorry.
reading the chat here.
Yeah, and I got the 6-year-old running in and out, and he's yelling and screaming and going
Trying
crazy.
to figure out where Gataroos lives. Where do you live?
It's New South Wales. It's a few hours out of Sydney.
I had to go to Australia and visit Gataroos and the Last Gamer one there. Gotcha.
There's a bunch of Aussies in the Hater crew. I've noticed. I mean, Ren of Heaven, obviously, and I've heard a couple of others calling into streams that have Aussie accents.
I think Doshin Nubin is one.
Yep.
I think that's.
Yep.
The opposite is Canada also has a lot of haters and lovers too. So.
What are you over there looking up, Tony?
Ooh.
He's still looking for cat names.
I was looking up more cats with sword stuff. Oh. Yeah, we're still live, Dito. We're about to wrap it up. There's not much left going on.
There's always lots to go on. So what do you think, Tony, about the people who still believe after all this and after this other message that was just sent today? There's still a handful that are true believers still.
Well, I was talking to Tony about this. Did you happen to see Turbo Joe's video, Ninja Kitty?
I have not watched it. I just saw people posting it in Discord and other places.
He gave everybody the middle finger. He's back on the train now. He's sure of himself that this thing is.
Even after his friends told him, because I did watch a little bit of an Overthink Gaming stream where him and another dude were just, well, I wouldn't say ripping into the guy, but ribbing the guy or teasing him. And he looked really defeated trying to defend the Amico, but
I mean, this was a win. This message from Phil was a big win for him.
Gives him hope, I guess. So you're just like Dumb and Dumber. So you're still saying there's a chance, eh?
Yeah.
There's 1% chance. It's like, that's not good. Do you watch the Pat and Ian comments from their video?
Well, in the message from Phil, they did say.
So you cut out on this.
You're breaking up, Tony. Get internet.
Yeah, hold on. But
Tony, are you in Canada?
Message from. Okay, I'm saying is, according to Phil's message, the email, he said that even getting the investor / acquirer could change their strategy going forward.
Right.
So the Amico still might not come out. They might get an investor, and then he's like, "Hey, no Amico, mobile games only."
Right. I mean, why else would Nick have come out with all that information that was never released to anybody? Was not in the Start Engine campaign information. It's kind of telling. I still don't know why they would be just going on with the charade if they didn't have something, right? I mean, it's part of me wants to say that this thing's kind of, like you said, over and done with, and they're just going to fade to black on this, never to be heard from again. But I just don't know why they just wouldn't take the responsibility and just say, "Yeah, guys, we just can't get it done." But it's definitely odd, and it's just weird to see. It's weird to see Turbo Joe doing his victory laps, and the core crew kind of just saying, admitting defeat without admitting defeat, and then saying that at least we got friendship out of it. I mean, just watching Cyrus for about 3 minutes, he looks absolutely defeated, and I don't know whether that's just he's over the whole negativity thing with the Amico or what, but he definitely looks like a man with no country.
A lost soul, you would say?
Yeah, definitely a lost soul.
Well, some of them seem happy. Tony's friend, the panda guy, seems happy. Doesn't he seem happy?
Oh, he seems ecstatically happy. Super happy.
He's into Evercade now, I think.
They're all in Evercade now. I think BKC did an Evercade video.
They all just coincidentally shifted to Evercade content.
Which is kind of funny because when the Evercade stuff, the VS information came out, and I made a few videos about it, mostly just showing how much better of a company they were than Intellivision. Those guys had 0 videos. They had no interest.
I wonder if you looked at it, did all the VCS guys, when it looked grim, did they all shift to the Amico stuff?
It's before my times. I don't know. And the funny part is the Evercade stuff is there's not much to talk about. So, Gary, you know they're going to go to Playdate after, and then it's going to chap your ass.
We got they can.
I don't know if they'll do that. A lot of them said that they're not interested, and I don't think any of them really have a Playdate pre-ordered. And even if they do, they'd have to be in the initial couple batches. I think it's going to be really hard for.
The Amico has not existed, and for a year or 2 years, they've been able to pump out hundreds of videos based off of 10 games, while the Playdate has already shown like 30 games, and there's going to be a whole lot more in the next 6 months.
This is true, but
you know they're going to jump on the bandwagon.
I don't know. I kind of think the only reason I don't think they will is because they kind of jabbed at the Playdate. When the whole news about the systems releasing and the delays, that was their first real thing to kind of point to and say, hey, look, the Playdate's still not out. It would just, I don't know. I think they got too much pride to actually talk about the Playdate because they know the Playdate's most likely going to come out, and it'll just make their argument even worse. Only time will tell.
They'll stick with the Evercade and just break down every single classic game for weeks on end.
Well, and in the Intellivision that had that's the first one, right? There's actually a second one coming out, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so they'll stay on that for as long as they can, and I truly think that once it's kind of all over, once the Amico's kind of done, I think they'll just kind of go their separate ways. To be honest with you, I don't know if they'll really be streaming.
Involved.
Yeah, I
You don't think there's gonna be a Amico Fest 2?
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, really, they had a hard time. If you watch their last stream, they had a hard time even just talking about like half the guys wanted to talk Amico, the other half were stuck on like current stuff, and they were just kind of all over the place. They're kind of like nothing without the Amico, to be honest with you.
They're lost souls again. It's just
right. As a group, they just
I kind of, without their leader, they're lost. They're like lemmings, I guess.
And I'll tell you what, I actually have to give a lot of credit to Classy Gaming Fun, OEBP, for getting out of this disaster while he could. I think I think there's a few people to give some credit to. And he's been really good about it. He hasn't been pushing it. Maybe he knew something back then, and that's kind of why he's done and he took a step back. But I do got to give Pete his credit for seeing the writing on the wall when he did, and
jumping ship.
Well, I mean, even if he did pivot or jump ship, he wasn't pushing it while these other guys were. And like I said, it's been disgusting to watch these guys push something that is just there's clearly something wrong internally with this company. And at least Pete is how he talked about the company and how he looked at this. At least he wasn't pushing this when it looked grim. I think he really got irritated and just didn't want to be a part of that group. He knew that would hurt him. His overall.
I thought he got dumped, so he was looking afar.
I don't think it was. I mean, maybe it was part in that. Maybe he just wouldn't drink the Kool-Aid. But I do got to give him his credit.
I think we got to take a look at Amico Forever, because apparently they're talking about cat fighters a couple minutes ago.
Did they? I watched a little bit earlier.
They do that. If you guys watch their stream, DJC will hit the queue for cat fighters every 5 seconds.
No, they were talking about the developer and everything. I think they were listening.
They're trying to correct our our quote unquote misinformation.
Apparently. So let's see what these gentlemen have to say. Well, I'm making a big screen.
They had John Alvarado on earlier, or he was in the chat, but he did not say anything.
Yeah, he was in the chat. That's what I was looking, because someone said that John Alvarado was on, but apparently he's just in the chat.
All he said is anyone hiring? I wonder what that meant.
And we lost him. Wow, that was an epic interview that went absolutely nowhere for no reason at all.
Well, he has a really good active camouflage. I mean, it was impressive.
Yeah, it was really weird. He had a lot of problems
literally
with that
just
green
like
screen.
disappearing like a cat ninja into the background.
What would you say, Rabbi Kisor was Cat Fighter's creator? We definitely blew the whole pimp. Just screen capture.
I totally missed that comment. Oh my god!
Fight!
Oh wow!
Fight! Stop licking yourself.
Yes, like I don't need that promotion. All the fighting's like this.
Daddy's got 2 minutes of battery left. Oh, that's gonna be a
wow! Wow, guys! Wow!
This is weird.
Oh man, John's getting a ton of support. That's awesome. What a good dude, man. What a good dude.
Yeah, John's been a great dude.
Man.
He's been a huge supporter of this show, which has been fantastic. It's always nice to have him in chat hanging out. Even though we have to like kind of beat people off of him every now and then because
hey, John's a supporter of our channel too. He's been on a couple times.
Yeah, at this point, even if this console makes it to market, this is going to be the biggest thing ever. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, and I said this
it'll
before,
definitely
like,
be an awesome story, right?
That's
the biggest thing
to the story
ever.
of the whole thing, but
I like Dracovinia's comment.
Camo ability.
You can tell DJC's crying on the inside there.
John's seeing John.
See, nearly catatonic.
All right, sir. You have had enough.
I have to put the emphasis there for you, sir.
A battle gerbil game. Wait, what's this? I'm getting. Yeah. Hold on. What's this here? I'm getting on my fake headset.
Little hamsters in the balls.
Art Bigfall is in Mexico, and he's at Cat Fighter Studios in Mexico.
I don't know why I thought there was going to be actual information presented on that show. I'm very sorry. I'm deeply sorry and troubled. I apologize for subjecting you to that.
Like I said, their last stream was more of the same. It just kind of there's no information. It's just a group of guys just kind of shooting the shit, but not really knowing what they want to talk about. So
I think their malignant positivity is a real detriment to Intellivision. Think of this: if you were so emotionally invested in the console, you've loved it all along, you've defended every single aspect of it against criticism. You've just been told possibly some outside group is going to buy the company. Wouldn't you be concerned that they're going to change things from the thing that you hold so dear? Shouldn't they be haranguing Phil Adam and saying, please make sure you don't sell it to some soulless company that's going to change everything on us. Please make sure you stay true to the spirit of the Amico.
Well, I think I can't remember who said it tonight, but I truly think that they're under the impression, maybe it was Gen X, maybe they're under the impression that it's not going to change, that maybe they're just not thinking about it. So
I don't know why they would think that.
That's correct, Gary. They just don't think. Because really, honestly, if you were into the Amico, right? Here's what I never understood, and somebody could correct me because I don't watch all the positive Amico content, so somebody could correct me if I'm wrong on saying this. But these guys are supposed to really, really love the Amico, yet I don't see a single one of them ever ask to interview any of the people working on the Amico games. They want to talk to Tommy. They love Tommy. They want him all the time on the show. They want to talk to John Alvarado and his mustache. I don't see them going, hey, let's have the Cats with Swords developers, or hey, let's talk to the guy who made, Breakout, or let's get some information on Megan Fox. The developer worked for you, Tommy. Why don't you have the developer come on Amico Forever, or Amico After Dark, or Amico All Access, or Amico Jack Me Off, and fucking share some information?
I mean, especially like, I don't know, the head developer or whoever the guy was from Choice Provisions. I mean, I'm sure like he looked, really excited about the Amico, at least how he explained his excitement for the Amico and what they could do with the controller going forward in the future. I'm sure he'd love to jump on, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously all these, these guys are busy. But
they all
to have,
do.
like you said, like you said, to have somebody on though, and not just Tommy or John Alvarado or Phil. I mean, it is peculiar. So
yeah, PK and Universe, because they like Tommy, they give no fucks about the games. Exactly. Gatoroo's, you're a developer, right? You developed the game.
Yep.
And if people were interested to ask you about your game, you would be interested in talking about it, wouldn't you?
Sure. Yeah, always. Look, the developers love to talk about that stuff.
Exactly. That's my point. I mean, when I contacted the developers, Bonus Level Entertainment, they were ecstatic to share information. They would love to. They want to get it out because the more they talk about it, the more interest there is in the game, the more people want to buy it,
right?
The better sales you have. So it always just boggled the mind that you have access to the CEO of a company and not a single one of them ever got an interview with anybody who's actually working on the product.
Question, Tony. Didn't Tommy ask the developers not to talk to people?
No, he didn't ask them. He instructed them.
Instructed? Sorry.
Wasn't there a video from Hans Ipich that showed a bunch of the developers, but they didn't identify any of them?
Possibly.
I thought I saw that the other day. It was an older video.
I don't watch
from
all the Hans' stuff.
But no, it's a good point. This is the kind of content that Intellivision could have been pushing out through the quieter periods, instead of just having the same old gameplay videos that they recycle. Actually go and visit the devs, see what they're working on, talk to them.
Yeah. You would think they'd want to talk to the Dolphin Quest character or something. Yeah, Ed Annunziata, who I have reached out to, who said he was really interested in talking to us and he wanted to answer the questions, and suddenly he got real quiet because I guess somebody heard me talking about it on the stream and probably told Tommy, and then Tommy told Ed not to answer my questions. But he loves to talk. Ed Annunziati will fucking talk about dolphins and oceans and conservation for fucking ever, because that's what he's into. And people would love to hear about Echo the Dolphin and the new Dolphin game. And that would be quality content, and that would promote the system, the game, the whole concept of Amico. But maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I don't know how the real marketing hasn't started. It aggravates me. I don't know if you could tell. Especially when one of the fucking Amico cultists sits around saying how he used to be a journalist. He was a games journalist, and he went to E3, and he fucking did this, and he wants to call me a phony journalist. When, you know what, I've interviewed more Amico developers than anyone on the pro side. Just let that sink in real quick. More developers for Amico games have talked to me.
It's sinking in, man. You know what's weird, Tony? They all love the Flying Tigers game. They raved about it. And then they questioned, when you had your when the guy left a comment on your video, why at that point did they not talk to the developers? They love the game. Why wouldn't they reach out? Clearly the people are receptive to talking. even to you, or at least into your comments, you'd think that the Retro Bro, who is the number one source of in news, would reach out to talk to those guys to clarify and to, prevent the misinformation.
I'm confused because if the Retro Bro was the number one source, then how was DJC the Amico News Authority?
That is true. Well, the source was Retro Bro, but DJC delivered it. That's why he was the news authority.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah. 56K Warning says Pro Amico spent more time and energy on Pat's pizza comment than anything else. Yeah, it is really sad. And if you really went back and watched all the content from the hater side and then all the content from the pro side,
there's so much.
You will know. You'll know that the actual haters, quote unquote haters, have talked about the games more than anyone else. Have given actual suggestions on what they can do moving forward than anyone else, and have actually thought of new and unique ideas for the system versus the pro side who just tells mustache jokes and strokes Tommy's ego.
Yeah, and I think like Gatoroos as a developer, and I mean, I'm kind of like, kind of shy when it comes to showing my art off, but one of the best things you can have is constructive criticism, right? I mean, it kind of drives things forward. That's why, bigger, not huge teams, but and I kind of draw this back to like Yacht Club Games. I think they got to have a core of just amazing guys, like great talent that works there, right? Because they're doing something right, and they bounce ideas off each other, and I just don't see how not talking about something or not focusing or at least having something to say and just kind of just being yes men all the time, how that worked in Intellivision's favor.
No, it doesn't at all. And that's why I say I think it's a detriment to the company, because along the way that there could have been, if Intellivision had listened to some of their biggest supporters and those supporters gave actual criticism, they might have prevented some of the missteps along the way. Instead, everything was just dismissed out of hand instantly, even when there was valid issues there. And yeah, as a developer, obviously you have to do that. I mean, I had dozens of beta testers along the way, and you get tons of criticism, and you sift through it. Some of it you don't agree with. Some of it goes against the spirit of what you're trying to do. But a hell of a lot of it is valid, and you make corrections.
Yeah, and I really think this all kind of started, obviously there was a lot of stuff that they didn't like from the beginning, and I think a lot of it, being someone that followed the Amico from the beginning, granted it was like I've always said, it was through Pat and Ian, but a lot of criticism from the beginning was that who is this who are you going to market this to, because we don't understand it, and it was make us make us understand what, like how you're going to sell this to families or whatever, when things like the Switch existed, and that got shoved to the side, and it became a controller issue, and then that controller issue evolved into, well, the controller lags, and it was just a snowball effect.
Yeah,
well, instead of trying,
hold on real quick. Teletron has a good little series of comments here. He says, pro side are lapsed ex-gamers with criticism about the industry, but has no clue as to developments. They all say gaming needs to be like the good old days, but have no fucking clue about current indie dev scene. Yeah, exactly. You hear it all the time. They'll say games are too hard, games are too this. They just repeat whatever Tommy has said about video gaming. They just repeat it ad nauseum.
They try to pretend that the modern things don't exist, like Switch doesn't exist. Instead of that, look at what Switch is doing right. And obviously they're doing something right. because it's selling like hotcakes. And the development scene there is amazing. It's fantastic. There's so much good stuff coming out. That they should really be looking at what's working.
Yeah, it's like people have said this before, and it's 100% true. And I think Cyrus basically admitted it at one point. They only care about these games because they're on the Amico. If these games were coming out for any other platform, I mean, Evil Knievel came out before. You didn't see any of these guys going, yeah, I remember playing this on my mobile phone, and it's going to be great playing it again on the Amico. No, they didn't know it existed.
Right.
They didn't know any of these games existed.
Same with the battle tanks. When people were showing the 20 different comparable games on the eShop, which were better, they have zero interest in that. Like, if you think they'd love that one battle tank game, they go on the eShop and be like, holy shit, there's 20 different battle tank games for like $3 a piece.
Not just that, they had no idea that the assets were stolen.
Yeah, that too.
And I think it was a combination of, what maybe Tommy might have shown them behind closed doors, and then their, pie in the sky hopes of what the console could be. And that was really always my, the thing that stood in my way, was seeing that, how is this thing going to last a year? And obviously these guys could have, even Brett Weiss, when you listen to a lot of his videos a year ago, he was excited about the system, and he never really talked about, the games at hand. I mean, obviously everybody talked about Astro Smash. That was like the number one thing to talk about. I mean, obviously that game was covered more than anything, but he would talk a lot about Beauty and the Beast, and being an Intellivision guy, I can understand that. Beauty and the Beast would be a game that I would love to see. I'd love to see the Amico come out. It'd be a lot better than what their concept is in this current state. But I'd love to see a game like that. But let's focus on what we have at hand, and what you have on hand is not something that's going to appeal to what you claim. You're after that mobile market, those 3 billion users. It just never made sense. So me thinking into the future, like, sure, I'd love to see like a Worm Whompers and a Dracula and a Beauty and the Beast and all these great games that I played, Frog Bog. But we have to get it out. We have to establish ourselves before we can start, dreaming about what could be. I'm looking at it what is, and the biggest issue I think with a lot of us is that we were criticized for just being open and honest of what we thought about the system. And this is where everybody's at right now. This is why there are a lot of upset people that, we didn't get listened to, and everything we've said is coming true. And it's just hard to sit here and watch this.
Yeah. Real quick. Ren of Heaven says, Tony, will any of the YouTubers, I think it's supposed to be of the YouTubers be in legal trouble if the company goes under and the investors take legal action? I'm curious. They could be in FTC troubles, possibly. If any of them are investors themselves, it could be
The
more serious.
very light, though. Like it wouldn't be a lot of trouble. Maybe a small fine or something. It's not a big deal.
Right. I
But
think
here's the thing. But here's the thing. It might be a small fine per video. So if DJC has 100 videos, and even if the fine is only $50 a video, now we're talking. Now it could be a good chunk of change because he just has so many of them. I don't think it's going to be like a blanket. Well, $50 for every, for the totality of your YouTube shilling. I think it is a per violation type deal.
But I mean, Gatoroos and Gen X did a great job outlining kind of, what shift the company could make for themselves to get out of the, maybe a few of these things, and how they can, shift the company. So
yeah, but that doesn't matter because the investors could still take legal action because
right. But
you invested in a console. right? You invested in a console. And if they don't come out with a console, if they shift to a mobile platform or multi-platform, and they say, "Hey, that's not why I invested," and they decide to take legal action. I say, "Well, why did you invest?" I say, "Well, I was watching DJC videos, and that's why I invested because he told me how great the Amico was." And that's how you would snowball into potential legal issues. But you would need somebody to actually go on record and be like, "I invested specifically because Saggy Melon said it was so great, or because Retro Bro convinced me it was a good idea." So
Yeah, even then, I can't see anything being successful
No.
in that regard. Like the SEC stuff is an actual regulation that you break. So yes, technically DJC could be in violation of that. None of the others would be.
Well, the others would
because,
be
well,
FTC violations. There's FTC.
FTC. Yeah, but you've got to prove what's the wording for it? You've got to have a relationship.
No.
I'm not sure
Yeah, well,
what they have prior to that.
Well, we looked it up before. The FTC says that any sort of relationship, whether it's financial, personal, or
Right.
Business, and they all had personal relationships with the CEO.
Yeah, that's a really subjective one.
Well,
like,
they
I
said
think
they came out, both the CEO and them came out and said they were good friends. So at the
yeah,
very
I'm not
least,
sure that would be enough.
I think it'd be enough to go to court and let the court decide.
Yeah, that's true, but I can't see it being successful.
Yeah, this is America. You never know what's going to happen. You go to court, you roll the dice here.
That is true.
You get enough angry white people, someone's getting fined. I'm just saying. But yeah, so most likely no, but there is a slim. There's about as much chance as the Amico coming out as anybody getting in legal trouble for shilling on YouTube. That's why I said public shame is the only recourse.
Right. And me, I went through those videos. I was happening to go through some Amico videos, Intellivision videos. And
all right, hold on. I got to address this because Potion Sword Run is incorrect. This is very, very incorrect.
He's talking about the McDonald's incident was very overblown and not a lot of people understood it.
Yeah, it is a very nuanced case. Actually, it wasn't just the coffee was hot. The coffee was super hot. It was hotter than it was legally allowed to be. It was so hot that she got like 3rd-degree burns.
On her thighs. Yep. Yeah, I read into this story, and a lot of people had actually really misunderstood what happened. And it sounds stupid when you just kind of hear it in passing, but when you actually you do the research, it made sense.
And when you just hear, "Oh yeah, she sued because her coffee was hot," it sounds ridiculous. Oh, hot coffee. She burned her lip, princess. No, it was like this was like mega hot coffee that had no business being the degree of hot that it was. And I believe the lid failed because it was so hot.
The lid didn't fail. She spilled it on her own lap because she didn't have cup holders.
Yeah, she put it in her lap, and then like when she squeezed.
Yeah.
It was like 115 degrees or something crazy.
Something crazy. Either way, it was more to it than just hot coffee.
Hot coffee.
They keep it too hot to save money. They did it to troll the haters. That's what it was. They thought she was a Burger King customer, and they burned her. Get out of here, hater. Threw coffee on her lap. D-Dub Cyrus, I don't know if he privated his channel. He changed channels. He's back on the Video Game Virus channel.
Yeah, he's gone through a lot of iterations.
Yeah.
Over the last year.
It was Joy of Amico, and then it became Amico Videos. And then he got rid of that. Now it's video game virus is his
Was
main
Amico?
channel.
Was there
He's
Amico Joy?
re-uploading his old live stream. Yeah, he got rid of that.
There was a point where he went all like soft spoken, like he was playing into the cult theme. It was very weird.
It was
the opposite of his drunk behavior, is what you're saying.
Now he holds live streams playing horse racing and betting on Intellivision horse racing derbies.
Nice.
It's very, very, very niche audience, but it is his audience. Yeah, Cyrus shit on No Swear Gamer for asking questions, then started asking questions for a few days. Yeah. Everybody. I mean, how many people shit on me for asking questions? I'm sure there's some people in the chat that used to shit on me for asking questions.
Rena of Heavens is right. He needs a Snickers bar sometimes.
Yeah, so I mean, I am a lot more forgiving than other people. I know that sometimes hearing the truth can really upset you, set you off. You don't want to hear it, so you lash out. See, Lucky Day said I did shit on Tony. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all right. 56K1 says I hope someone documented everything for a documentary in the future. It all depends on Atari Age, because Atari Age still has it hidden, all the juicy information.
Well, Amico Games has a bunch of stuff.
And somebody actually just did a video about. I know you keep talking about it, Tony, and then somebody just recently came out with a video that said it would be the greatest thing ever. So I think we're all hoping that this gets turned into a documentary. And like he said in his video, you wouldn't even need Tommy. There's so much, interviews and content on Tommy that he doesn't even need to be a part of the actual documentary. But to get someone, what you really need is an inside source. I think we really need someone speaking that worked at
a staff member.
Yes, that's the key to make the documentary.
Gary,
inside information.
Gary, what's to say that we're not underway? Possibly there might be a scoop on that in the near future.
That'd be fantastic.
Maybe. Well, wouldn't that be something?
It would. It definitely would.
Wouldn't it?
I see what you did there.
He says, "Don't forgive these cultists are trashy human beings. Most of them don't trust them. Don't trust Smash JT. He's gonna shit on you off of you in a matter of time." It's probably the most likely scenario. But as the good book says, the Bible says some shit about forgiving, and so that's what I live my life by.
It's all good.
I will turn the other cheek.
Make fun of them.
You know, they slap you in your left cheek. You present them your right, as Jesus would say.
Butt cheeks.
Yeah, that's it. Brittany will turn. Apparently, Gators has to go. It is like daytime in Upside Down Land.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just configuring some sound effects here. Keep having to mute in and out. But really good chatting to you guys again. Good to speak to you, Ninja Kitty, finally, and Gen X earlier.
We
keep up the
appreciate
good
you coming
work,
here.
Gators.
Okay, guys.
Ninja Kitty, you killing someone over there?
A child is loud. What can I say?
That was the great Gatoroos. Check out his game, Ampersand, on Steam.
Check out his posts on the subreddit also. He has some really good ones.
What's
he
the
uploaded
subreddit?
a good one today. The Intellivision _Amico subreddit.
Yeah, that was started by a really smart guy. Really, really
Gary
internet
did it.
savvy individual.
Good job, Gary.
I think Brittany will turn. I think it's going to be Kevin Strom. You know why I think it's going to be Kevin? Because Kevin's a failed actor. I don't know if you guys know that.
Nope.
Kevin. So
was Brittany the one that was pointed out in the Salt Lake video in the offices?
I think so.
And Tommy had that cringe moment with her.
But I'm telling you, if you're going to have a documentary, that means people are going to be watching it. People are going to be filming. Failed actors, they're going to want to get their face back out there. Kevin's the guy. He's turning. Putting my money down.
You know, I watched the as I was going through those videos, like I said, I was watching through I don't know if it was the last, I believe it was the last one where they actually at the end of the video, him and John Alvarado were explaining the whole cornhole situation. If you actually watch the beginning of that video, there I think are two people, like just as Tommy starts filming, that want to get the hell out of there before he catches them in a little interview. I didn't catch that the first time watching it, but the last time I just watched it, I caught those two people trying to snake away out of the.
Gary, I did a video about that video, a video of a video, and it's very obvious that people are just like force smiling on the camera, and because it's just creepy how you'd approach them. Same with John Alvarado, and that's why John responded. Because I said you can tell John hates his guts, and John's like the next day was on a video saying how much he likes Tommy, responding because I said he probably despises him so much.
Yeah, there's a point where Tommy gets a little too close to get a good shot of the mustache, and he's like, "Okay, Tommy, not that close." It was an awkward moment.
Like, fuck off, Tommy.
Marceau says, too late for me to jump on the stream. I work really early tomorrow, but listening to you guys. Thank you, Master System. Braziers presents I Want My Amico. Not the Amico Triple X. Come to the hub. Can Mike say he created a thriving subreddit? No, Mike Kennedy cannot. I don't know. John would murder Tommy if he could. I don't think so. Tommy is such a belittling twat to John. Yeah, I feel sorry. Sometimes I feel sorry for Mr. Alvarado, and then sometimes I realize, well, he still works there. So
he did get a pretty big paycheck.
And he got a pay cut. Everyone else got pay raises. John Alvarado got a pay cut, which was weird.
Hey, he was still making some bank.
Starblazer wants to know if Intellivision has a new angel investor. We don't know. I don't think they do. My money's on no.
Like I said before, I think what Gen X outlined and Gatoru's outlined was a good take on it. I think that's possibly plausible, but I'm still going to stick with Tony on this one and say that they're gonna fade
big time. Even if they piecemeal the company. I had a chuckle when Gen X was saying that they can put Night Stalker on a slot machine or a pachinko machine. Like nobody knows what Night Stalker is, so like why would they do that? It makes no sense whatsoever. I think he's overvaluing the reach that those brands are recognizable by.
You think so?
Just a
bit. They're not exactly Atari.
Yeah, Atari can always survive because even over the years, in the 80s, 90s, even present, I've always seen some, Atari merchandise or branding somewhere, even if it's just people trying to look retro. I've never seen Intellivision ever.
What are you talking about? Didn't you ever watch The Big Bang Theory? They used to wear Intellivision stuff all the time.
I'm sure they didn't.
They did. Tommy tweeted all about it. He was tweeting at Jim Parsons.
Wouldn't that be something?
What I want to know is whatever happened to the 15 million sub YouTuber that was going to show off everything.
I want to know about the golden tickets and who won the contest for the Earthworm Jim. All that stuff.
So many unanswered questions.
The golden tickets.
What the hell was I doing? I was looking something up and I forgot what the fuck I was doing. Story of my life. This ain't the Big Bang Theory. No, it's the Gangbang Theory. Triple X.
Where were the golden tickets for? What were they for?
To enter into a contest to win Amico, a free Amico.
Oh.
And then there was supposed to be monthly contests, other giveaways, I thought, too.
Yeah, there's supposed to be.
Go ahead.
That was it. That was the end of my sentence.
Oh, I was gonna say, I wonder if they're still gonna hold up their end of the bargain, and if it ever releases, if they would give out a free game on your birthday.
Well, speaking of giveaways, I wonder if Pete is going to actually give anybody anything if the Amico doesn't come out. Because remember, he was giving away an Amico for his 1,000 sub spectacular.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go with no.
You don't think he's going to give the cash equivalent of an Amico?
Maybe he'll give out an Evercade.
It's kind of a downgrade. Isn't that less money? What costs more, the Amico or the Evercade?
What was the Evercade? Was like $100, right?
The console is $100, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
Maybe even 3 Evercades.
He'll give away the Intellivision packs, which are like $20.
Yeah, right.
So, Tony, what else is up?
I was looking for a what video was it where they showed the people from ARC talking about how great it was to work with Intellivision?
That's, I believe, all in the the manufacturing company.
Yeah.
I don't know if that wasn't in the developer. That was separate.
Is that when they did the software and then the hardware, like 2 separate videos? And then the hardware, they went over the ARC stuff, I thought.
If you go and look through all their videos, I think it's somewhere in the middle. It's not the early stuff. I don't believe it's the early stuff. I was actually just scrolling through there when we were talking about games.
Tony, do you need us to fill dead air here? Are you going to look for it?
Yeah, fill some dead air.
Oh, Gary, I have a question. I don't know if I ever asked you. Have you ever played Intellivision games, like the original ones?
Yeah, we have. I've had this discussion on here before. Yeah, I have an original Intellivision model. Is it the Model 2? I have the gold and the wood grain looking one. And I had
my first exposure was playing on the Evercade VS because it came with that free Intellivision card, or came with the card.
Right.
And while I could appreciate for its time what it was, those games do not hold up well. Like, I tried playing those games today, like Astro Smash and Shark Shark.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing. Here's what I've told everybody. I have nostalgia for it too. Intellivision and the NES were the 2 consoles I had growing up. So when I was like 4 or 5 years old, I was playing, Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 3. Like all 3 of them, really. Those were my first games, and like the Intellivision simultaneously. And we have, I don't know if there's big lots out like across the country now, or if they were that big back in the day too. I'm not sure. I know they're bigger now. They bought all that stuff. My parents bought all that stuff like bargain bin. When nobody wanted it. Yeah. And I had 50 games growing up. So I had, Jetsons. We had the IntelliVoice. I had the computer. We had Jetsons Way with Words. We had the Scooby-Doo, Worm Whopper, Dracula, Frog Bog, Astro Smash, all that good stuff. And I loved it. Me and my brother would play Utopia, and it wasn't like.
But do you love it now?
I still love it. Yeah, I still love those games. I don't play it a lot, I'll admit. That stuff's kind of stored over at my dad's house.
I was gonna say, like, the Nintendo holds up much better. Like, I've played Mega Man 2, 3, 4 this year, last year. I guess.
Right, yeah, those games, and that's the thing. I'll still say it. I think Nintendo is like almost like the golden age of like that style,
Retro.
like 8-bit.
Yeah,
right. It is. That's why you got games like the Messenger, and granted that's a little bit not Nintendo quality. It's a little bit more up there, Super Nintendo kind of 16-bit quality. But those games are still kind of getting made. Do you see any games that come out these days that are like Atari? I mean, there might be a few, right? But you don't see like that style of like Atari and Intellivision games, and you really don't see those because people don't.
That shit didn't hold up because that shit is terrible.
Right? It doesn't hold up, and maybe it is just the nostalgic side. But like, I love those games. Like, if I do pull them out, I have a great time playing like Dracula for like a half hour. It's fun. It really is. Is it a pain in the ass to play on the controller? Slightly. I mean, I'm used to it. I don't have the sleeves anymore either, so like I have to fumble around and the inserts. I have to fumble around and understand the controls again because that's probably the worst part of Intellivision is if you do not have the inserts.
Well, what are you talking about? You're not as good as Tommy. Tommy says he remembers all the controls. He doesn't have to.
That's because Tommy only plays in that's the whole point here. Tommy only plays in Intellivision. He doesn't touch Nintendo or Super. Obviously, like when you go back and look at all those things that people have brought up about him ragging on all these different games, there was a point to that. The point is that he's lived in his own bubble for 30 years and hasn't touched anything other than Intellivision. Right. So it's not bad. And I understand that people that didn't grow up with it, that they don't really, it's like kids today, right? I mean, do you expect kids today who love Minecraft and Fortnite to...
Gary, breathe. You seem to be protesting a little bit too much.
No. I'm just saying, like, Intellivision's got its place.
Yeah, when you get going on Intellivision, you just you don't breathe.
Well, Gary, in fairness, Gary, I did grow up with Atari 2600. That was our first console we had, and going back to it now, it still sucks like terrible.
I agree with Ninja.
Well, yeah,
I grew up with ColecoVision.
It hasn't aged.
I grew up with the ColecoVision, and those games suck. I tried going back; they do not hold up.
Like some of the old arcade games still.
I'm not a big Atari guy though.
Good, but
I'll be honest, I never liked Atari. My buddy across the street had an Atari, and when it came to Intellivision versus Atari stuff, I liked my Intellivision stuff better.
Evil Knievel says he likes your voice, Gary. And Mike Garcia says Gary loves to talk.
I do. When I get into a subject. But no, I mean, you guys are like, I don't know. I don't agree. I think Intellivision still has its place.
Real quick, before we get to this clip from the Amico hardware design, Todd and Slade, they came from another company before they went to Intellivision. Now, when Tommy first mentioned Todd and Slade, Pat on his podcast said that they didn't work for Intellivision. They don't work at Intellivision. Why is Tommy talking about them? And then Tommy said that Pat doesn't know anything, that they work for Intellivision. They actually moved from where they were, quit the jobs that they had to join Intellivision. My question to you, gentlemen, is, did they actually work at Intellivision prior to Pat making his video? Or did Tommy hire them just to spite Pat and just own the hater?
Yes.
That's a tough one.
I don't know.
I mean, I could see it going both ways, but I think they worked there prior.
But why would you hire them? What would they do? These are two guys that worked at a company that designed products. They designed the Amico. What do you need them to do after that?
Fix it.
I mean, see, when I hear that, I don't think he actually he hired him to do that bit, and that was it. And that's how it's more, a play on words with Tommy. That's with everything, right? I mean, that's what he's known to do. So he hired him for that one specific thing, and then just turned it into, well, we got these guys, just like we got the guy that, it's the same shit we've heard over and over again.
We got the president of Nintendo. All right, let's listen to what ARC. Now remember, this is ARC, the company that has the $1.4 million of Intellivision money that they're not giving back. Let's see what they thought about Intellivision way back when.
You know, the fun is really to be had when there's more than one person playing.
In the manufacturing world of something so sophisticated as to the Amico controller and console, it's nice to be able to have the other side work with us as a team, to be able to circumvent any challenges that may arise.
ARC Electronics, in one form or another.
Is it just me, or is that really bad green screen that they're using there?
It's probably a Teams call.
Is it
I don't
green
know
screen?
what that is. You can't tell. You think that he's really in that room, Gary?
No, but I mean,
the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park weren't real either.
Well, some of them.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like that they're
They're real
necessarily
robots.
there, but I don't think the green screen's like what do you mean? It's awful as in it looks bad, or I've seen
You've got
worse
Gary
green
going
screen.
now.
I mean, I've seen worse green screen though.
It's just bad that you could tell it's not realistic.
The lighting on his head is weird with the background.
Right.
Yes. The glare off his peanut head.
I guess.
The dinosaurs weren't real. No.
I think they're
well, in the movie,
bigger
the
fish to
dinosaurs
fry.
were real. Some of them were.
Wait, dinosaurs aren't
56 Day
real.
Warning got jokes. He says, "How can we tell with Tony's internet connection?" I always joke.
Has been around for many years. The factory itself has been operational for close to 30 years. During the last 10 years, we've grown to be one of the very largest manufacturers of high-end electronics. We manufacture millions of controllers and componentry for the prior generation video game consoles and the future generation.
We can have a success rate of 99.98% of the printed circuit boards coming through as working.
We pride ourselves in the investment in our employees. We care about their health, their family life, their continuing and ongoing education. We're very family-centric, as is Intellivision.
We were so excited with the idea of bringing the family back together, sitting around the couch together.
As the world is changing,
I think he was excited by that $1.4 million check that they handed him. So that, I think got him excited. Evil Knievel says get a wig. No, this guy got a good like Lex Luthor thing going.
Oh, he kind of looks like Jeff Bezos a little bit.
So a little Jeff Bezos mixed
older
with
version.
Magoo. Ark is just full of haters. Yeah. Templar says my family has been waiting to get back together for 4 years, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Ooh, Potion Sword Run says you can't trust bald people. It's true. It's true. But it sounds like they're really excited. So, I mean, what could have gone wrong?
How do you think that phone call went, Tony?
The one where they took the money and ran? Probably like this. Probably like, if you guys don't start manufacturing in the next 3 days, we're going to keep your deposit. And Tommy went, you can't do that, hater. It's for our fucking money. And he probably went, click. Because these people don't play. Oh, Teletrong says Hans's family is good looking. Did you not watch the original video? Not to be creepy or anything. It's too late. It's too late. You went creepy already.
with respect to environmental responsibility, we've been at the forefront of implementing all the needed changes in our factory process, and we have been awarded multiple certificates for being a green and responsible to our environment. One of the things that attracted us to work with Intellivision was the entrepreneurial nature, the passion, the drive that's behind the implementation of the business model.
Immediately, it struck us that this was a passionate, family-oriented, sincere, wonderful group of people.
How do you think he feels about that right about now?
I don't know. Wilfred Brimley over here is really speaking truth to power. I'm afraid he's going to shout diabetes in a minute, but this gentleman here is probably not feeling too proud to be partnered with the Intellivision team. Templar says, I wonder how much investor money they spent making this useless marketing trailer. Yeah, too much. Yeah, diabetes.
I'll be honest. I think if you got him for the part of the documentary,
the Quaker Oats guy,
yeah, that could work really good.
Yeah, I mean, the entrepreneurial nature. Yeah, jeez. Just the way they're talking, and then just to know that the outcome, it's like, wow, I bet they didn't see that coming. This is kind of sad. Watching this back, yeah, it is. Just a little bit. Yeah. Every once in a while, I get a zinger out there.
We were absolutely stunned, and we were so much in approval of the concept.
At the end of the day, our goal and mission was to create and design something that no matter what your skill level was, it was easy to pick up and understand.
Do you think Tommy did the piano music for that video?
Can I reach out to Tommy for an interview? I can. He privated his Twitter. And he also told me at one point never to contact him again. I think that was a pretty strong indication that I'm not going to get an interview anytime soon.
He said you two wouldn't be friends.
No, he literally said, do not contact me ever again. Those were his exact words. So, I mean, I don't think the Amico has literally put years in him. I think he put a lot of hair product. He can't afford his hair product no more currently. Yeah, he definitely dyes his hair. You could see how black it looked in that trailer. Reminder to save the Tommy Rant video. There's 2 Tommy Rant videos.
The first one's the best.
Which one's that one, Gary?
Right at the beginning. If you go
dox somebody.
Did he dox somebody?
I didn't dox anybody. He says that, and then immediately he's questioned on it by the person interviewing him, and then he walks it back.
No, I'm talking about the messages. It's like the second video that they posted.
The meme message board?
Yeah, the meme message board. That's hilarious. One that Leo did a whole video on.
In all honesty, we may lose these videos any day. Are we downloading them all for posterity? I think Tommy Zero has every single Amico video ever created downloaded somewhere on a hard drive.
I'm sure there are tons of people who have them downloaded.
You say that now, and then it'll end up being nobody has them. Dracovania says, do you think DJC's family watches his videos and pretend to like them? If they're like my family, probably not. My family doesn't watch my videos. So,
do you think his entourage watches them?
No.
I wouldn't bet against me.
Did you guys see him having a drinking problem videos with his friends?
Yeah. Yes. I just recently heard a Christmas album song that he did.
Did he do a Christmas album song? I'm not familiar. What was the title of that?
You can't play it on here.
Why can't I?
I mean,
Is it
you
gonna copy
probably
strike me?
can. Something about BJs or something. I
Don't
don't know.
be shy, Gary.
The
This is
whole rules.
an adult show.
Hold on. I forget what it's called. I just listened to it like yesterday or earlier today. Let me look it up real quick.
Well, while Gary's looking that up, we're gonna watch Intellivision Amico responding to the haters. This is like their third video.
Ugh, it's so cringy.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be the greatest video ever. It's gonna own some haters right here. Evil Knievel, you're not being shadow banned and ignored. You can get on the panel if you want. I don't know. Let me see. I dropped the invite. Just don't talk about Twitch thoughts. We appreciate all thoughts on this show. Adam Wilson says, Rich just streamed this exact video. Well, son, now we can't do it. Now I'm not gonna. No, I'm still gonna stream. But...
Yeah.
Hi, this is President and CEO of Intellivision, Tommy Tellerico, and we here at Intellivision, we're so excited to release all the information out there to everyone, our new trailer, our press release, lots of info, and overall, it was really popular with the non-gamers and casual gamers out there. And then we went on some of the hardcore message boards where the hard...
What trailer is he referencing? I don't think there was any trailer out at that point. What the hell is he talking about?
Oh, isn't this the third video they had on the channel?
What was the first one? I think it is the third video, but I don't think there's a trailer.
Wasn't the second video the reveal video?
I'm gonna go back and look real quick. Man,
All I remember from when I talked about this video was I thought it was in bad taste that their third video is this.
Let me see.
Not very professional to do this right after you.
There, I posted it in the private chat. Yeah, this is awful.
Yeah, the reveal trailer. Yeah, you're right. The reveal trailer was the second video. It's a real big hit with the non-gamers, apparently.
So he feels that this would be the proper follow-up video, is reading mean messages.
Does he even say where he got these messages from? I know he said the hardcore gamer.
He's looking very orange or very tanned and dark dyed hair right there.
I think these were messages that were left on the official page, like
he said
the reveal.
He said we went to the hardcore gaming message boards. So I'm guessing it's got to be like
maybe Reddit or Atari Age before Atari Age was like bad.
All right, well, let's play the video. Let's see what he says. We should note that he's no longer CEO, so they should probably fix that.
Hardcore gamers are at, and it wasn't so popular. I thought, Jimmy Kimmel has his mean tweets. I thought we should do our Intellivision mean message boards.
Yeah, because this is
Only
safe.
A bunch of.
You'll notice that there was a lot of red in that. Originally, the Intellivision logo was red. That whole baby blue, family-friendly logo hadn't existed yet. What up, Tommy?
What's up,
Tommy?
What's going on?
I'm lighting a joint. I can't get a lit. Hold on.
So family-friendly.
Yeah. I want a blowjob for Christmas. A blowjob for Christmas.
Yeah, see, he knows what I'm talking about.
The rabbit dude says, if the Amico was good and all the games was released, what game would you play? Well, if it was good and all the games were released, Flying Tigers, because I do love shoot 'em ups, and Breakout was actually pretty fun, if not a little hectic. Other than that, there's nothing really. I played Fox and Forest and beat it. I don't really need to play Finnegan Fox.
I'd play that mystery party game that's a social game that they never explained any details to.
The Amico itself is a social game.
Oh, you know what game looked really good?
That's number 6.
The
Toe
bomb
Jam
game.
and Earl?
No, the bomb game, the bomb squad.
Yeah.
I like how they showed all the different features that the controller, like the game uses the features of the controller. That was really good when they did the deep dive on that.
Hey, Tommy's going through some things. He can't deep dive all the games.
If they really had like the theoretical Sesame Street games, but those are just the same ones that are on the website. So if they had new ones, I'd be interested because I got little kids. But
that's a scary thought that Tommy Amico has little kids.
I'm different in night than I'm in day. I swear. I'm not inebriated in the day. It's different. I'm not Tommy Amico.
Yamako. Tommy Yamako.
Yamako. Hey, you got to get right with Carl. He said he needs an apology from you.
All right, we're going to watch this video. See what Tommy has to say.
Stupid old people over 40, wow, will ever buy a lame-ass machine like this. Well,
Nice pause job.
Yeah. Give you a kiss. That's his kissy face.
I got to screen capture that. That's being used in the video.
That's his come hither look.
He looks like, you were saying Kiss. He looks like Paul Stanley from Kiss, like when he does that face on stage.
Nah, that's right there. That's when you blow your load, but the Amico keeps sucking.
Is this
Like, yeah,
Christmas thing?
like an O face. To blow just for Christmas. Yeah, that's what Paul Stanley's doing. He's doing like an O face.
So, was it true or untrue that only people over 40 want to buy the Amigo?
True.
Oh, hold on. No, not entirely. How old is Keemstar?
Old?
60?
No, he's not that. He's not over 40, is he?
Yeah, he's old.
I think he's 40.
Like Ralph Macchio.
He's 39.
Yeah.
His birthday is actually this month. He's another March birthday.
Yeah. No, I mean, I wouldn't shut up. People are 40, but it's for little kids, right? So that's what doesn't make sense about it. I mean, I know that dads are getting older, right? So I'm like 36, but I mean, I'm not an Intellivision generation. It's really Nintendo or Sega,
Yeah, I'm a very small group of guys, probably like my age. Like I said, I am 35. I turned 36 here in a few weeks. I understand that not a lot of guys had an Intellivision. Most guys my age probably more likely had an Atari. But when I looked at it, I said, I knew growing up that the Intellivision was like I knew because I had a lot of friends, and I lived in a neighborhood, and those kids didn't have those. So I knew I was in a small group that had the Intellivision. I knew they were 40-year-olds and older probably had played it and knew what it was. So I knew I was in a small group.
All right, let's get to the video. It's getting late. What's up, Ray? Ray came back.
Yo.
Hey.
Well, a couple things. I don't know if you knew this or not, but 26% of all gamers are over the age of 50. Now compare that to the gamers that are between the ages of 18 and 35. It's
What's that
He's
noise?
so confident. Huh? What noise?
I'm just eating chips again.
It's like a swishing noise.
God damn it, Gary.
Smoking weed. But Tommy's just so fucking confident. You look back on any fucking video comment, he's like, oh, actually, this many people are over 50 and they're gamers. It's like, yeah, that's why the fucking, flashback for Intellivision did so well. Oh, wait, it didn't, dumbass. Like, nobody gives a fuck. Even people who are over 50. They don't care.
Actually, according to these statistics in front of me, gamers between the age of 45 and 64 only make up 21%.
What does gamers mean? I mean,
people that play games?
Don't ever.
Where's that Nintendo chart we looked over a couple weeks back? That doesn't sound right. It sounds like it didn't. I thought it's between under 45.
Like what game? What's considered a game? Like is Sudoku considered a game? Like is paint by numbers considered a game? Okay, then I mean everybody fucking plays. Everybody does it. It's 2022. What the fuck's going on? Like
this was an online survey of 4,000 respondents. 38% is between 18 and 34 years old at this thing I'm looking at here. I think Tommy's data was flawed. Flawed data.
Maybe it's from his focus groups.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. He did the research. It's from his focus groups. He knows.
And he had like 12 people in his focus group, so therefore that represents the world.
It was like him and like Nick Richards,
Mike Dietz, and
Amico. One time they told a couple people about it on the phone. They were like, "That sounds good. That sounds pretty cool."
Tell me, Amico, what is swishing over there?
Oh, I'm smoking a joint. And it's not.
You see that? You see what the first thing he did was he muted me because he thought it was me making the fucking noise.
That joint.
Well, you weren't talking, so I figured you were probably.
I've been blamed for eating chips and doing everything on this stream.
See, I didn't get to roll this joint. This is a pre-rolled store-bought joint. It comes in a box like a pack of cigarettes, but like they're just rolled too tight, and like it won't stay lit.
It's got cigarillos.
Yeah, they're like little cigarillo fucking joints, though. It's a good strain.
I thought the noise was Gary eating his chips.
I can mute myself.
Yeah.
I was making a joke.
Oh.
That's the loudest joint that ever existed.
Hold on, go ahead. I'll stop. Go on about talking about Amico.
27%. So only one more.
Look how ridiculous that graph is.
That is a ridiculous graph.
It's all fucking same, dude.
We don't have to ask our parents to buy this stuff for us.
Ooh.
I look forward to buying this thing for under $80 in 12 to 6 months. LOL. Well, that's going to be pretty tough considering the machine isn't coming out for another 2 years. So something to consider there.
You might want to add a couple more years to that.
Did he think he was gonna like stop people from making comments by doing this, or what the fuck? Like,
yeah, his whole theory was that he would own you so hard. He would own the haters so hard that the rest of the haters would be afraid to even comment because they would just be worried that Tommy was going to own them.
It's bizarre from the get-go. It made absolutely no sense, and it just made the company look bad.
It's so bonkers that like Nick Richards and people like Jay Allard was smart, but other people wouldn't be like, "Wow, this is bonkers. I'm leaving." Like, this isn't making sense.
Well, this was before Jay Allard's time. This was before Jay Allard even got there.
Wow, can't even imagine who'd get on board.
You lied. Lots of lies.
No D-pad? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Clown.
He didn't say ... He doesn't know how to read. We need Potion Sword Run to show him. He's got to
Just
say
for
the ...
The best part of that is that for anybody who doesn't know, that sound right there is the sound that, like, when you would put the inputs in on, selecting players or picking game modes on your Intellivision, that's the sound it makes when you fuck it up. It's like the error sound. So that's like my favorite part.
I see shows over there. He's itching to get on the stream. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Come on down, show. Come on, jump on in.
It's been a while.
Okay, well, consider this for a second. See that big giant disc? It's tiltable. So guess what that makes it? The biggest D-pad on the planet. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Remember, someone got paid to bullshit this idea into existence. We must all strive to be that guy. Hey, that guy's me. No point.
It's the best.
A rare moment of honesty from Tommy Tellerico.
Hey, that guy's me.
It's so on the nose.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Like, how unlikable is he watching this video? Like, it's so unlikable.
Oh my goodness. Who would give him $10,000 or more?
Nathan Fincher says you guys need to adjust your mic volume. Which one?
Am I too loud? I'm always too loud.
TT's the biggest D-bag on the planet. He's not that big. He's kind of a short guy. Hey Tony, is Vito available? I think he was streaming earlier. I don't know if he's available.
Ports? What the hell were you thinking, you dummy? No developer is ever going to make games for your stupid system. Kids be like, does it have Fortnite on it? Nope. Then off. Get a life, loser. Well, I think maybe what you're confusing when I say exclusive games and no ports, what I mean by that is no direct ports. This is just the Ouya Tuya. Oh, I actually like that one. That's pretty funny.
Is the Ouya
who would ever want to buy a console that is crowdfunded? What a scam. Well, newsflash, we are not asking for crowdfunding. Now who's the scam?
You?
Now who's the scam?
You, Tommy.
Wow. So many bad takes in one video. The Ouya Tuya was too good of an insult for the Amico. I mean, it's not even going to reach the level.
I tell you, man, it's the fucking Ouya screw ya.
There it is. That's. I'm going to steal that, Tommy.
You take it. That's all you're. Man. I was thinking of a song title. You should take it.
You know, we're looking at the pioneers of the haters in this video. The original, the OG haters from back in the day that knew.
If anybody can identify themselves as having made one of these comments, we'll put you on stream next week or Saturday.
God, I'd have to dig up my old comments.
I did. That's before I was. That's before I was radicalized.
If I looked at Pat and Ian's old videos, I'll have to research.
No, I said these particular tweets. These particular.
Somebody's going to come in here claiming they did it, but can
That's
they prove
what I said.
it?
If you could prove, I said if you could prove that one of these
does he
comments
give
of yours,
does he give the names or no?
I got an extra game here. I will give you an extra Amico game if you could prove one of these is your comments.
Is Extra Sanderson in the chat? He's the one that came up with the Amico radicalization stuff. He said he wasn't fully radicalized. This was how many years ago? 4 years ago? This video.
Am I too loud? Hold on.
Am I too
Everybody always
loud?
tells me that I'm too low. Now I'm being told that I'm too loud.
You're usually too low.
Is it my laughing?
No, he says me
Carl,
specifically.
I can be loud sometimes.
I've adjusted my mic. Hopefully.
I'm on a bad like Bluetooth audio, like on a phone most of the time when I'm doing this shit too. That's
Come
part
on,
of the
Tommy,
problem.
keep it professional. What the F in the? What's that F in the sound? That's Tommy Amico. He's like swishing. He's like George Costanza on that episode where he buys the suit and just like swishes around. I watch a lot of Seinfeld. So what?
I'm outside. I gotta go inside.
Oh, there it is.
I'm like Rab.
It's the wind.
I'm like Rab, but I'm
He's
smoking
looking for
weed.
those cats.
And I live by the freeway. All right, hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
We're gonna hear Tommy Amico get shot live on camera, standing next to the freeway. All right, watch the end of this. It's a pretty short video, you would think. He never did it again. I wonder why there's only one of these.
Because the thing is he did this probably at his house, and they were like, Tommy, what the fuck did you just do?
They laughed at Copernicus. That's right. They laughed at Galileo. True. They laughed at Einstein. They sure did. But they also laughed at Bozo the Clown.
There you go.
I do love how the original Intellivision logo was so like hardcore gamer, like black and red, like this like blood red.
Yeah, that's sick, dude. And it's got a phone. Mean message boards. Well, that's because they're trying to be hardcore. Because they went on some of the hardcore message boards. I don't know what that means. Like BDSM or hardcore gamers.
I mean, the same talk was going on in their own comment section, their own videos that they had to delete.
Did Show never show?
Show's never showed. He says he's not ready
I
yet.
like that thing where he's like his picture is like him playing a game. It's just like a screen of Streets of Rage or something.
Yeah, he
I'm
likes to
gonna
play
try to
Streets of
figure out.
Rage.
I want to see if I can figure out how to get like Wario Land for Game Boy going as mine.
Well, you gotta go to your StreamYard setting.
Set up emulator.
For the second camera.
I got the emulator set up on my computer, so I think I can get it on there maybe. Screen share.
You don't have to screen share. You just put it.
Well, I think I would have to screen share because I don't have a capture card. I'd have to be playing an emulator.
Well, I know you go to your settings for the camera, and then you change the camera to something else.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I'll
What's
figure it
breaking news? What happened? Did something happen? Oh, Star Engine just lost an investor. Campaign is down to 47,000.
Really?
Can you do that? Are they allowed to take money out now?
Maybe it's like they said. Maybe like Gatoroo said, or I don't know if it was Gatoroo's or Gen X, or maybe it was Smash. I can't remember. Somebody said it earlier though. Maybe they were pumping their own money into it.
Well, they said that they were allowed 48 hours before closing, or maybe after closing.
I mean that doesn't make any
Maybe they're
sense
still
though.
within the
That's a big chunk of money all to go at once. Yeah, that's a big chunk. That's $11,000 because that's only one investor dropped. And that 11,000, there was no 11,000 within the last
Rhea
2
says-
days.
Yeah. Rhea says,
Hey,
I still
Gary.
don't know what to do with my mic. It sounds like I'm 5 to 7 feet away from it when I listen to products.
What's up?
I ignore it.
Gary, you know what I say to them losing $11,000? I say, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
It was worth it for me. I made friends. Had some fun times.
I
Wore Care Bear costume.
$11,000. Like, I guess we got to keep an eye on that. I didn't realize you could take the money out. I mean,
Okay,
obviously, people are taking it out. We've
Yeah,
seen
who-
it kind of go back and forth.
Who would leave it there?
But it's funny. It's going backwards. Like Carl might actually win this bet, guys. He said it would be $0.
Do they have money to make mobile games or whatever the pivot is supposed to be? Do they even have funding to do that, or was that going to come out of this?
No money.
So if people pull the
apparently-
money out of this, how do they have any money to like set up mobile games?
Apparently, somebody named Caleb N wants to know. He says, "Can someone explain what all the drama here is?" Lol. Also, why does every person in the comment section have 0 investments in Start Engine?
No, that's not true. There was an actual. We looked at all these. There were actual investors in that.
Gatoroos has a post about that. He broke it
I
down.
don't
It's a
think
good
he
chart.
means every single. I think he was just being hyperbolic.
Okay, whatever. Most of them, a majority. We definitely knew David S. and I can't remember what the second dude's name was, but they were definitely trolling pretty hard.
You have the picture of David Spade.
Yeah.
David S.
I am convinced that Tommy was the Tony S in the comments there.
Tony Soprano.
Just the answers and that guy took it so personal. It could only be him.
People thought it
No,
might be
we don't condone that here.
There's some people there's some people that are really extreme that I think just exist as commenters and they don't make videos and they've just been commenting the whole time. Some of the more extreme people were like, is that a Tommy alt? Is that this? Is that that? They're just extremists that are, they're the DJCs of not making videos. Some of them.
We're gonna look at a very professional video. This is gonna be the last thing that we do before we end the stream because it is getting late. We got Evil Knievel joining us for this one. What's up, Evil?
What's up, Meatbag?
What's up, Meatbag?
Am I on? Am I too loud to?
No, you good.
There it is. We
Okay.
got show.
What's up, Meatbag? You're duplicated
Yeah, I gotta
Tony
mute my shit.
coming at you from the fucking Amico.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
What's up?
May I have a minute to suck?
Chilling, man. I'm
every
here to
one of you
listen to
guys,
the funeral.
cunts.
The funeral's now.
For me, you are rock stars, okay? You, Ninja Kitty, Tony,
thank you,
Gary, you are all rock stars, and I fucking love you. When you say there are only 18 people in this stream 6 months ago, and we were like 8 hours in, I was one of those idiots, okay? I'm a sucker for you guys. I'm a sucker for fucking you. I just want to say that. I don't want to take too much of your time. And I also want to say, like, what's up, Meatbugs? That tone that Tony makes, it's the same from, ooh, my love, my tummy, I wonder for your touch. It's the exact
Boy,
same.
you have the most beautiful voice.
As a musician, I'm flabbergasted. He always make that, what's up, Meatbugs? Okay, guys, sorry to take some of
It's
your
all right. We appreciate it. We love it. I love hearing good things about me. So feel free to continue inflating my ego as much as you want.
Yeah.
Oh, Show's playing some Astro Smash. Look at him.
Oh my
Yo,
god.
this Astro Smash is more real than the Amico right now. So shout out to the
Joe,
Amico.
is this Astro Smash from Atari or Intellivision?
The
This is the
Intellivision.
Intellivision version.
The actual Intellivision.
Now, are you emulating this, or are you somehow
I'm
playing
emulating.
on
I'm an emulator, but I
Okay.
have the game too.
I'm ordering.
I tell you right
some-
now, this is more real.
I have a 2600, and I'm ordering the how is it called, the analog controllers, because they work. The Atari 2600 has an analog Astro Smash, which works way better than the fucking Intellivision one, because you actually had this paddle thing.
I feel like these were in all.
It's so good, man. I'm ordering that fucking shit.
You should get it. Get 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
gonna
they
get
come-
the paddle is like double thing.
Yeah, it's like 2 attached into one thing, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
But they're the same thing inside of those things is the same thing that's inside a guitar knob. It's a potentiometer. Same thing that turns the volume up and down on a guitar.
To be honest, I thought the Amico will have this paddle kind of thing, and I was very interested in that at the beginning, because I thought finally a paddle again after fucking 40 years. But no, it's just a fucking gimmick. Even if it would come out, they already explained it's not really that thing, man.
Yeah, there was one on the DS, and I'd love to see one come back.
Damn, get hit.
All right, we're gonna watch this very professional Missile Command demo with controllers.
Oh, this is awful.
It is the greatest video ever. They filmed it in someone's garage. They got. You just gotta watch it. It's a fucking work of art. Just.
Thanks for watching this Meet Amico video. In this one, I want to show how using the touchscreen with the game is a very unique experience. So, for example, we're going to be playing 4-player Missile Command. Now, 2 of the controllers are our controllers, which are hooked up Bluetooth to Amico, and the other 2 players will be playing with their mobile devices. You download the free Amico controller app, and you can hook up as well. And those are connected Wi-Fi. So what I want to showcase here is the many different ways that controllers can be used with our system. Sometimes you're using the...
Can we just note really quick that, like, they're jammed into the stock room?
They are kind of like hammed up in there. Everybody's in.
It's like a porno when the girl gets arrested in the back room.
Well, I think a reason they did the Salt Lake City the few office tour videos that they did was because they probably got a bunch of comments saying, "What the hell are you doing
in the storage locker
in the stock room?" Right.
Don't watch Shoplifter.
You could watch this video in 4K. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Evil Knievel, sing more. What's up, meatbags?
We got a nice train
Internet's
going
not
on,
working.
which is. Give a second.
Tony, you should put your videos on 144. We don't care. They would look good, I think.
There you go. Looking good.
I love you, Tony, okay? Please. I just want to say that again. I'm drunk.
Shout outs.
I'm drunk.
Tony! He tried to give it to me. I'm
Thank you,
busy trying to play a game.
What did Nick Richards say? It's quiet time? We're in quiet time now.
Prairie dog shooter.
It's quiet time in Prairie Dog Land.
Fucking train's going
It's
by.
going to be like a dog hunt, but it's going to be prairie dog hunt.
Tommy hacked your stream.
Show you need to play Worm Whopper.
Prairie dog, it's going to be Nick Richards saying.
You say a worm hopper?
Worm Whopper, yeah. That's
Worm
the best
Whopper,
game.
all right. We're
It's the
going to
best
it.
game.
We're going to it.
Yeah, fuck
Thanks for
B-17 Bomber's
watching
not that
this
great.
Meet Amico video. In this
Meet Amico
This
video.
one, I want to show.
Shout out to show.
And if you can listen to the music too, the music's fantastic. I love it.
All right, we have to see if it can work on controller though.
You should be okay.
Is that like old Intellivision shit, like the old posters where he'd be like, "This is when we made a game in 1986." Those boxes he was pulling that shit, because those boxes look old. Like, what the fuck is that? They look pretty worn out for a new company. Look at those boxes. They're pretty fucking
Those
worn
are all
out for a
Nick
new
Richards'
company. Oh, there's
old
old car
boxes.
parts in those.
It's probably in his
Dean
garage.
Certified Timing.
Yeah, you see the frames? Those are old
Nope, can't
Intellivision
work.
art pieces.
I'll try and
Oh,
work
wow.
on it later. It's all good though.
See, there's
That's not Tommy's garage.
Watch the video.
Dracula's a good one.
No, that's like the storage of the Intellivision relics. Like,
Hey, Tony, while we are fucking streaming this, can I ask you a question? Why am I not allowed to have my fucking Twitch section like Days Gaming? Why not? Why are you censoring me?
What?
I want to have a Twitch hot tub bad bitch stream kind of thing, like in this get away. We are all geeks and we simp for bitches. Come on, we have to face it.
You all sleeping for bitches?
I'm looking at
Tony,
Tommy, and I just
censoring
want
me.
to say this is a stoned observation. Look at Tommy's hat. He got like that worn out, like Abercrombie and Fitch, where they like
Vacuum
purposely
needs more
wear the
buttons.
hat out, and like he's got
Yeah.
his shirt is like a worn out shirt, but that's like so like 2006 to 2008. Like that's not a good business look to be coming in with like purposely worn out clothes.
That shit was like 97, 98.
Yeah, like he's showing up to like his business informational in like fucking worn the fuck out clothes in
I
a
think those
fucking
were,
dirty ass garage. Like it looks like I
those
could have
were
made this video. He
made-
looks like Days Gaming, like that shirt.
Oh,
It looks like
Show
me.
If that won't work, try Beauty and the Beast.
all right. Cool. Let's watch the video.
Show, what are you playing?
I was trying to play Intellivision, but I need my keyboard for it.
The touch screen
It looks okay, but I want to know what game so I can play it too.
is a very
Look at that.
unique experience.
Fucking
So, for
orange
example,
face.
we're going to be playing 4-player Missile Command. The controllers are our controllers, which
RC
are
Pro
hooked
Am.
up Bluetooth to Amico, and the other 2 players will be playing with their mobile devices. You download the free Amico controller app, and you can hook up as well. And those are connected Wi-Fi. So what I want to showcase here is the many different ways that controllers can be used with our system. Sometimes you're using the disc to control things. Sometimes you're using the screen to control things. This is going to be an example of using the screen in order to, control things on the main screen.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting crazy conspiracy vibes. Like Tommy's explaining why the government is trying to keep him back and how the Intellivision will put things into your brain to make your family come together. It's like early 2000 YouTube crazy conspiracy videos.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people like that on Kickstarter too. In that whole crowdfunding world.
Yeah, cause I'm saying, like you said, he's got the dirty clothes, he's got the garage, he's just fucking flailing his arms around. Illuminati confirmed, exactly. Dean,
Guys,
you-
I give you my 2 cents for a second. I don't want to give up where I live. I live in the Caribbean, very next to Cuba. I order things from Amazon and eBay on a daily basis, okay? But this guy won't send me a fucking machine he just wants. I tried to pre-order this. Does he really wants to make money? The world is bigger than the fucking USA. You know what's happening here? I tried today again to pre-order one. They say, sorry, dude. What's happening? Can you guys explain to me? I live very close to Cuba. It's not that far away from Florida, guys.
You gotta get somebody in the U.S. to order it and then mail it to you.
I don't want that. I want the OG thing to come to me. I don't. What I'm talking about is not about the possibilities. I wanted. Are they really trying to sell a console? This worldwide thing. There's a lot of people from Brazil who would be dying to buy this thing, and they say no. So is this a real? It sounds like a scam when you don't want to sell it to the world. When it's so easy right now to sell it to the world, I will pay the shipment. I don't care, but I don't want this extra steps to do it. I want the OG thing. What's happening, guys? Throw me a bone, please.
Right, you want it direct. Yeah, unfortunately, I think there's just
Anyone
some
else think that
issues.
Evil Knievel sounds like? Yeah, Evil Knievel sounds like a younger Leo Diaz. It's like Leo Diaz's younger brother.
I think I've had them on at the same time.
Yeah, I think it is Leo. It's Leo in disguise.
No, Leo is Francois.
Yeah. People have told
Maybe
me
Francois is Leo.
I hope you are
Yeah.
when I get songs. Sorry, I'm not.
By the way, did you see he had another video out today
Yeah.
telling people that they need to get help?
All right, let's watch the rest of this Meet Amico. It's gonna take us like 3 years if we don't get through this.
So Missile Command here, in this example, for this game, and again, different, but for this game, putting your finger on the screen controls where the reticle is on the main screen. So everybody has their, and it's so much easier to control something. Of course, in the old days, you had the roller ball, both an analog stick.
Oh,
and
yeah,
the
those are great. They
keypads,
pinch your
like
fingers.
modern controllers. It's very hard. Like if you're playing on an Xbox, for example, if you're playing Missile Command on an Xbox or a Nintendo Switch, trying to control something, like that with the analog or a D-pad is very difficult. But here, using just a touch screen, and everybody's controller is lit up the color of their
How come
reticle.
Geometry
Now,
Wars
again,
is really popular?
This is still a work in progress. So eventually, all
Because
the
it was
reticles are going to not
Because
only
it's
are
not
they
that
different
hard to
colors
control
like they are
things on
here,
an
but all the
Xbox
reticles are
360
going to be
controller.
different shapes.
Yeah. TT sounds like he's explaining to a 2-year-old.
Well, that's the thing. He was pitching this. This was his original marketing. Obviously, he sounds like he's talking to like an 80-year-old grandpa that doesn't know how to play video games.
The entire thing's always been pointed at people that don't know anything about video games, because any normal person's going to say that doesn't make any sense.
Well, isn't that it? Yeah, I mean, he's always treated everyone like they're morons and everything.
Right.
Or they're like 1-year-old, like, oh, here's how to use the controller. You have the dial. Look at the dial. Like, yo,
I think he's used to talking.
already.
He's used to talking to a lot of TV and media people who don't know shit about video games, and so he thinks that's what he's got to do.
He's treating it like everybody. I agree.
Yeah.
Shapes. We're also going to show how much ammo is left just by showing your, on the reticle. So that'll be cool. But this will give you a good idea. Now, the other cool thing that we want to highlight, the reason I chose this game, is that, in regards to this disc, it can also be used as an actional button. So, for example, in Missile Command, you have missiles that come from the left side, the middle side, and the right side. So the way to
Yeah, you better get that
operate
whistle.
the game is you're putting your finger on this. Now remember, if you're a lefty, you can just simply hold it like this, and it'll work the same way too. So you get to decide which way you want to play.
In fairness, that's not a bad
You're
idea.
controlling the reticle here. Now, if you want to fire a missile from the left side, then you hit the left side of the disc.
I
Or
did.
if you want to fire from the middle, you hit the
should've
middle
got the
side
other
of the
one, too.
disc. If you want it from the right, you
Yeah, you're
fire
supposed
the
to get
right
both.
side of the disc. But we also
fine.
want to
I'll
make
do
it
it over.
super easy for everyone as well, too. If you don't want to even have to deal with all that, if you want to get specific, you can. But if you just press down,
You just shove this
what it
controller
does
up your
is
ass. You
wherever
can
the
control the game with your mind.
silo is, it'll just launch from that silo.
Ooh.
Get to the
All
game
right, somebody
already.
needs to
Jesus.
take this image and then Photoshop some crazy shit on this. I
On
want
the
to see some
TV.
like conspiracy theory chemtrails. He's pointing at fucking lizard people.
Miyamoto equals rape games.
I'm still curious if those were stolen art or stolen assets.
I think they are.
That could be true.
As a matter of
It
fact.
could be stolen assets.
Because I think you did, those two silos were removed in the newer version. I seem to remember that. I also like how there's 8
Brian
controllers
Braille
you
says
can
he's
play
on
for
it.
this
He's
game.
gonna Photoshop it.
I'm on it.
Should the Home Depot be worried that their logos are in the box behind him?
Free advertising. That's how they make their money. It's product
I don't know.
placement.
Crayola was upset with it.
Pretty soon they're gonna have to blur out the Spider-Man logo on the shirt. Like, no, Tommy.
Yeah, it's like exactly like if someone's a criminal, you don't really want their shit on you.
There you go. Dean says he wants. He points at Pat and Ian says he wants them dead. Yeah. Good to see you, podcast.
Okay,
on there.
since we don't have Carl here to do outrageous statements, I will say you guys, the truth is I'm Fidel Castro song. I'm Fidel Castro song del hijo de Fidel. I want my amico.
That's right.
That's silence, though.
The screen should say Amico
If that silo's
delayed
out,
indefinitely.
And it takes the next available one, the closest one, and it uses that. So for people who don't really want to think too hard about it, you can just, have your reticle all over the place like this and just hit down, down, down. But we wanted to add a couple other things as well. So we also have these buttons. So you can collect miss together as a group, or you can collect time for your force field. So if you're right about to go, somebody can hit the.
Who the fuck sees this and is like, yeah.
Another screen capture.
Why is that box behind Tommy say Jungle Cruise labeled on it? What's
Does it
in the
really?
box?
What does it say?
Yeah, that white box says Jungle Cruise.
Like the Disneyland ride.
No, the Jungle
They're
Cruise.
in Irvine.
Isn't that a game?
No, Jungle Hunting game. Jungle Cruise is a Disneyland ride.
And they're not
partnership
far.
confirmed.
They're not far from Disneyland. They're probably 20, 30 minutes from Disneyland. They
Doesn't
sell
that say
props.
Jungle Love?
No, Jungle Hunt's the game. The box says Jungle Cruise. You guys are having fun.
A force field, boom, and the force field comes up and it protects you. And what's cool is when you hit the force here, you'll see the screen kind of goes like you activated a force field.
It goes
which is
boom.
really neat. So another thing is you can play as a group cooperatively, meaning and you can play up to, you'll see 8 players. So you can play up to 8 players cooperatively. right? So 8 people all trying to defend at the same time. Or you can play where somebody's down here and somebody's up here. And now there's bombs and ships that are, that the computer is kind of throwing at you. But also you're throwing bombs and defending from each other as well, too.
So Tommy says they got Missile Command here, right? And they got a 2-player verse mode where you can shoot missiles at each other. Gentlemen, did you know that the original creator of Missile Command only agreed to make the game if it was only for defense only? He insisted that you do not use the missiles in Missile Command to attack other players or other cities or even computer enemies, only to defend from missiles.
Except he's talking about war and killing people. All right,
It was
family
a hot
friendly.
time back then. We were in the 80s. Was oh my god.
Well,
I
the
believe
original
that
creator of
blew my
Missile
mind.
Command, the original creator actually stayed up all night making the game, and he would have nightmares of nuclear holocaust.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
how bad the game affected him in his whole life.
Yeah, it was, man.
You know,
There's a whole thing about it.
It reminds me of Jim Henson said he didn't want Cookie Monster to advertise cookies ever.
Yeah.
They like put it on like healthy food and shit.
Does he ever show the game? What are you talking about? You got the screen right there. That's it. That's all you get.
I'm gonna look into that because I'm a big Missile Command fan. I still play it on my 2600.
Look into it. Missile Command, original creator, and nightmares.
I have nightmares about Amico. When I work on the album and shit, it would just be like, ooh.
He made an album of this thing.
Yeah, it gets on you.
Yeah, I'm
Gets under
putting,
you.
I'm putting your I'm putting your vinyl thing on vinyl.
Oh, that'd be great, man. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm sending you one too.
I'll buy one. Yeah, I'll buy one.
You don't need to buy one, man. You the one that made the thing.
Okay. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Will you autograph it for me, show?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
What color pen you want?
Whatever you got. Anything you got, man. Yeah, silver's good.
I got you.
Cool.
All
man.
right, in the chat, I put a link to a Polygon article talking about Missile Command, explaining the things I just said, so you know I'm not crazy. But we're gonna finish this video up. Maybe we'll get some gameplay. We got like 3 minutes left. Maybe we'll get some gameplay.
Show my sister has a vinyl fucking thing. Please send one to me here in the Caribbean. Don't be me.
Well, Tony, the whole point of this video was never really to show gameplay. It was for him to fucking bullshit, so he didn't
Yeah,
have
it
to
was
show any
bullshit.
gameplay.
There's no gameplay. There was never any gameplay.
We're just gonna miss you.
4 years later, he still ain't got the gameplay ready.
Too. So again, what does couch co-op mean? Sometimes it can mean cooperative play. Each other.
No,
As long as
literally,
people
co-op means cooperative. It doesn't. You can't make it mean other things, Tommy. You literally.
And
that's what co-op means.
Let me point out that I'm not sure this has been pointed out enough that like Nintendo Switch first party games, you can play them alone. So like Kirby or Luigi's Mansion, but they come with fully co-op versions that you can play couch co-op as you play through the game. And there's like also competitive mini games built into these games.
Yeah,
so you buy the
Luigi's
game.
Mansion's multiplayer was fantastic.
Yeah, like you can buy it to play for yourself, and then like when your kid wants to play for the short amount of time that you play with your kid, you can jump into different things.
But here's the secret on Amico: your kid's not gonna want to play it. So you don't have to
Yeah, yeah, because there's no Finnegan Fox movie like there'll be a Mario movie.
Yeah.
He does right.
Yeah, and there's
He
no
does, like, co-op
fatalities
means-
like there are in Luigi's Mansion.
Finish him.
we're in the same room having fun. So anyway, I just wanted to explain a little bit about what you're about to see. But let's get in and start playing. Okay, here we
Little
go.
Motherfucker monopolized the whole video.
There you go. We got people using the phones.
Got more boxes here.
Controllers.
How many years of fucking files do they need?
Get the bonus. Get the bonus.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, purple guys. Destruction. Oh no, this purple guys are just.
He's always got that laptop out.
Around them, yeah.
Oh, lost the city.
It's not that we can give you money and you get a better fucking internet, Tony.
All right, here it goes.
Light them up.
Attack, attack, attack. Come on.
Light them up.
Oh, purple guys. Watch out, the purple guys are coming.
The fireworks sound effects sound so fucking bad.
Like it really looked like one of those early Xbox Live Arcade.
There he is.
It's
Oh,
worse.
force field. Nice.
It's worse.
Do you guys remember the story about the sound effects?
Oh my gosh.
He like recorded actual fireworks going off.
That's what he said. Yeah.
It sounds awful.
Yeah, that's what he claimed.
In any case, it sounds terrible.
How
Just
much
a
you
bunch
wanna
of
bet
fucking
that he
wild
made John
hissing.
Put that shirt on, like John was wearing a regular shirt. Like John was wearing just a regular T-shirt, and he's like, "No, put this one on, Alvarado."
I bet Alvarado came. I bet he came to work fucking shirtless.
I don't know.
I think John's
the other
wearing
people here.
are wearing normal clothes, right? John's always every video. I don't think he's ever not been wearing an Amico shirt.
That's all he owns.
He never washes it.
That's why he was
They're
making the
free.
most
They're just
money.
like they got a whole box of Amico shirts at the office, and just take one in the week.
That's
Hey,
how Trey Cool.
He wears the same shirt until it's so dirty he throws it away and he gets a new shirt.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Trey Cool, the drummer from Green Day, would do. He would just keep getting new Green Day shirts and not wear anything else, and then throw them away.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It didn't let me shoot.
There it comes.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, we're getting overwhelmed here.
Oh man.
Oh, we got it. We got it.
Oh, it's taking out the guns. Oh, nice.
God, that's like so bad. There's just like so much shit going on the screen. It's ridiculous.
Nice.
As with the smaller reticles, because the newer version is even more difficult.
Don't worry. The LEDs on the system and the controller will make it easier to understand.
Just a bunch of fucking hissing and sirens. What the fuck?
It's all bullshit, bro. It's all bullshit. Could you imagine how fast they just put this thing together just for an investment pitch? Good God.
Yeah, barely.
The Atari Vista Command looks a lot better.
It's supposed to be family friendly. It looks like fucking a crane, you motherfuckers.
And our guns are
Fucking Silent Hill alarm.
Oh no.
Oh no, why did we die?
People die.
They probably died because controller 1 says inactive.
Team, look at the high scores. Name, team effort.
Okay. Shout outs to team effort.
And that. who's got the fucking that's Evil Knievel.
What happened,
He's
dude?
got the
I
echo.
thought I did something, but
You got to click echo cancellation. In your audio options. Click settings,
No, he's got it on.
then
He's got it
audio,
on.
then answer cancellation.
no, I think I'm fine. I don't think it's me.
I don't know who it is. Whatever.
Could it be show? Show?
No, it's Evil Knievel.
Okay, sorry. Really, I have a microphone and a microphone.
I
But I
think
can
he's not
close
wearing
it.
headphones. And he's listening to the replay. Probably. Yeah, he should work at Amico. All right, I think that's it. It's been 4 hours. I didn't think we were going to go this long. It was going to be a short video, but
What happened to the whole after party thing?
I'm gonna do another party.
Today's Wednesday.
yeah, today's Wednesday, so after parties.
I'm gonna try this thing
Alright.
going on.
I may show up, I may not. You never know.
Okay, guys. So be sure to go to Evil Knievel party. If I fucking work this shit out, it will be my first time. Okay? Bye, guys.
He'll be passed out in like 10
Peace.
minutes. 10 minutes.
Probably passed
That's that
out.
Brazilian
in
internet.
10 seconds.
I'm gonna go play my Oculus Quest VR pinball.
There you go. How was the Oculus Quest, anyways?
It's really good. Yeah, the Quest 2.
Okay.
And it's really good. I got it for $250 basically.
Not bad.
Oh,
not
you
bad.
haven't played that Resident Evil VR, dude? Oh, it's
I haven't
amazing.
played Resident Evil. I played the one of the Star Wars games and the Star Wars pinball game, and the Star Wars pinball game is my favorite. I don't like real pinball because of like all the real reasons, and it's just like getting to a point where I don't like leaning over because it hurts my back. So VR pinball, where I can sit or be in whatever position, it's really awesome. And you don't get motion sick or anything because it's just pinball, so it's great.
All right, as great as that all is, we have to go.
Yeah. All right, that's what I'm gonna go do.
Tony's shutting down the streams now.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It's
God bless
Wednesday.
you.
I got
Time for
work
bed.
tomorrow.
I know.
We gotta work.
Same here.
Yeah, we all need to be reasonable.
Actually,
I got work in 4 hours. I have to get up in 4 hours for work.
Oh man, yeah.
damn shame
We'll
I couldn't
be
come
back
on earlier.
Saturday.
All right.
All right,
We'll be
gentlemen.
back another
Blood
day.
grease, booty grease.
We are to speed.